you for the resub. 5-month streak. Hell yes. GG's. God, I need to fix the fucking thing. The subscriber badges. Because I made them and I'm not happy with them. So I need to fix them somehow. I'll get there eventually. There are still a bunch of things that I want to do for the channel. But tis whatever. Five-month streak? Wow. You're not really wearing clothes all through winter? Bold. Bold of you. Ah, jeebs. It's a clothes-free house. Tib, thank you! Thank you for the resub. Have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes. Hype train. What? Oh my god. Y'all, crazy. Ah, Kara! Thank you. Hype train, choo choo. Thank you for the bits. Yes, Croc sit. We love to see it. I was gonna say hear it, but we can't hear Croc sit. I also have all of the things turned off for for D&D streams, so it's not distracting for me. I'm sorry, it's all turned off. Hold on, I'll make the sounds. I don't remember what the bit sounds make, but the sub sounds go. Woo! It's a seal though. Doing good, just chilling during the day off. Nice. Hope the shenanigans in D&D go well. Hell yes. I also put the I before the A when I spelt your name. I'm sorry. We preach, we preach. God, Croxit is so good. Yeah, we're just waiting on Kev, but because it's it's daylight savings in New Zealand, so I don't know if it's actually being daylight savings overseas yet. So like, we're an hour ahead, so he's probably just like doing something. Which is what makes me think that like, I forgot to 11 PM. Okay. I genuinely have no idea, but it's alright. Time doesn't work in Nim's room. And that's where everyone is. So, what I might do... Brain thinking things, trying to do brain, which doesn't always work out. So, this one. Anyway. Things and things and things and things. I'm just trying to multitask, which never ends well for me. While something loads. Sorry, y'all. Please hold while I transfer you. Okay. No, we're good. I'm fairly certain that it should be okay. It's alright. If it's not, then we'll fix it in post? Question mark? I don't know. Anyway. The music section is up and running. You'll see on screen the song that's being played at the moment. And there is a link to where all of the carefully curated music and playlists are in the section labelled D&D Spotify music. In the About Me section in Twitch. Add rules differently. If you want to know what those are at any point, you can type in !D&D. Hey, it's fine. We're just going to roll with it. I don't recap all of the rules that are different. We just do it in the first session, or if we go on like a long hiatus. See the artists of the maps, aside from the world map. You can type in !D&D maps to check out the Patreons of The Reclusive Cartographer and Go Adventure Maps. End of Latov, which is the title of his campaign, will give you a synopsis about what the hell this game's about. Also, Mobot will pop in every now and again, like it did, to explain that channel point inspiration's a thing. If you think a character's doing something cool, excuse me, my god, you can give them an inspiration point. Just type in the character's name. Players watching cannot give themselves inspiration, and players can have a maximum of 5 inspiration points each at any time. We'll take a break for around half an hour, 45 minutes. We decide at the time. Around 7:30. Yeah, it'll still be 7:30. Ugh. Time. So confusing. I hate it. Also, as I'm a DM, I leave it to my mods to keep you all sussed out. I look at the chat in the beginning, in the break, and at the end. I do need to focus on being a DM. My brain is already scattered enough. So, yeah. With that being said, let's jump over with our peeps. Should probably do that first, huh? Oh yeah, I normally have my light on in the background. I had to change the light in the background. These are important things. Not fully, but to me now. Nope, go back. Hello.
Hello. Why can I hear myself like this? I can't remember how to change my mic settings though, so I'm kind of fucked.
Oh, sorry. Strobe time. Why is it not there? Hold on. Why is it turned off? Nope. There we go. It is fine, see? I just apparently had things turned off. 'Tis whatever. I had to check to see if the names were right. Turns out they were, so winning. I'll take it.
We're all in the right place.
Exactly. But yeah, I just thought of, I was looking up ways to have it so that you're all just in one place. But, yeah, so that way if people drop out of stream or come back in or turn their cameras off, it won't jumble everything around on screen. Yeah. So there is apparently something, but that'll be something for future Tyler to look at. But anyway, It has been an approximate amount of days. You're still in very early Crimson Rule. Whatever it was before you went into Arya's... Oh, sorry, Nim's Mirror Realm is what it would have been. Y'all haven't really been outside yet, so it's hard to tell.
Well, let's never go outside ever again.
Oh, in that mode.
But alcohol.
You have some in your bag.
Delivery!
You're not wrong. I always have some in my bag.
Yeah. Just depends on how long it'll last. And you don't know if you can buy, like, perishable things from this place and bring them out.
It's dragon whiskey. It will last.
Oh no, if you buy things while you're in the Mirror Realms.
Oh, yeah.
No, I want to try that.
Good luck. Now I gotta think of something to do with it. But I mean...
Elios just
Roll
buys
it.
a whole keg and walks out.
Yeah. You walk
But then
out and it just
disappears.
goes away, so you just sit
Yeah.
there and cry.
Well, it's like a mirror realm, so whatever's holding the liquid becomes the liquid, and whatever was the liquid becomes what was holding it. So you've got water surrounded by a glob of wood.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
It is.
That's an amazing prank.
Or if it's like a sword or something, you've got a wooden sword with a metal handle.
Ow. Dear god.
Roll for depression.
Roll for Elios being going through
Traumatic
Withdrawal.
event. Yep.
God.
He's always going through a withdrawal. That's combat.
not if he's
Oh.
constantly drinking.
But you can't drink during combat.
You can try.
Yeah, it's not a free
There's
action.
no rules against it. As far as I know.
I use my action to chug some dragon whiskey.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, if you fill potion bottles with it and put it on your belt, you can do it in a bonus action.
just add a couple of drops to all your like health potions.
Oh
Just
wow.
mix it in with
Spiked
my health
health
potion.
potion.
Yep.
Oh, that's gotta do something to your blood.
We'll just do what
think
my
good.
group, my live group does, and like every time we get hit during combat, take a shot.
Jesus.
I would
Yeah.
get drunk so
Um,
fast.
We ran into a group of monks. Yeah.
He's gonna give you a play with alcohol poisoning. Holy shit.
Hey, I wasn't the DM. That
Okay.
that was not me.
Oh. Jesus. That would be something. Dear
I mean,
God.
we went through 2 bottles of rum that night.
Damn.
Where's all the rum gone?
hmm Absolutely.
It went over here.
Yeah.
But why is the rum gone? Because we fucking drank it.
Because you have a jar of dirt.
Full circle. Good job, guys. You guys book a clown room in the nearest tavern. Thank you for your input. Excuse me. Which packs 2 large humanoids, a large tail, and 1 large shell, and several exuberant personalities. That's the smallest room, sorry, should say. Reading. Oh my god. You guys skip through time a little bit, and then resume to the normal flow of time as the sun is setting. You watch the magic shop, looking for Arya. Puppy. Arya and her not-existent dog yet. Arya
Psycho
probably
puppy.
has a dog at some point. I don't know.
This can be Arya's dog. It's Psycho.
Her mother picked it out just special.
I liked to nip at her mum.
God. You spot Arya sneaking out to meet with Naomi towards the local magic school that she attends. Rourke disguising himself as a groundskeeper, Amora as a student, Kaba as a rock, and Ilios is just the snow itself. They watch from different points as Arya and Naomi talk for a little bit, seeing that Arya eventually starts letting out a few hiccups of small pink bubbles. Excuse me. Going back to the magic shop together, there is quite a scene that plays out with Arya's magic going off in multiple ways, and an argument between her and her mother, Naomi, which then brings in guards and a crowd of people, including yourselves. One point, Arya's mother is covered in the grease spell with a bunch of feathers, as she's trying to hold her daughter back. Fed up with... Sorry. Blah, blah. Actually, yeah. Like, fed up with the spectacle, Arya's mother separates Naomi and Arya and takes Arya inside. Naomi calls out some reassurance and farewells to her before turning and leaving. Some more time skipping. You head forward and see, or Amora specifically, sees Naomi getting onto a boat. Arya having to go to school the next day with her mother very closely at her side. They seem to go up to one of the higher stories. After a little while, there is an large fire explosion that blows out the windows of a room. The gathered crowd whispers about Arya's uncontrollability, and Amora and Ilios attempt to foment. I don't know what foment means.
Begin.
Ah, okay.
Initiate. Construct.
Alright. Good words. Foment rumors about her mother. People part as Arya sprints out of the building and into the snowy forest. A party goes after Arya a little ways away, seeing that she runs into a cave, and Brooke goes into the cave very worried about her safety, as you all get attacked by a bunch of illithids, mind flayers. Once the 2 or 3, I don't remember, that attack you were killed, another one emerges much more empathetic than the rest, having seen that Arya has gone through quite a bit. It says that it will look after her, gives her somewhere to stay outside of humanity. You'll, aside from Ilios, go and see Arya just to check on her and make sure that she is actually okay. And seeing that she is, you all leave the cave, as well as Arya's mirror itself. Going back out into Nim's mirror realm, there is a golden rim around the mirror that has appeared, and you see it fast forward as Arya's story progresses. The Illithid teaches her magic, how to control it, and eventually, after what you can assume can only be a couple of years or a few years, Arya goes out into the world and sees a massive creature emerge from the ground and head towards the town. She goes back to her hometown to protect it. Arya's mother still around, being elves, and is still some form of power. Arya very quickly shuts her down, makes a display of her heroics, and leaves the town. Coming back after a little while, coming back after her after her mother sends guards after Arya. The guards kill the illithid that helped her, and Arya goes back to the town finally to stay. She puts her mother out of power, becomes the town mage, implementing monster race inclusive social reforms. And then finally the mirror fades to black, but the frame stays golden. You're all gathered in the mirror realm as Rourke just lays on the ground, just kind of staring up at the ceiling. You can see, very deep in thought. You almost think you can see smoke coming out of his ears. He just kind of stares at the ceiling for a little bit.
I would like to poke him and ask him what's wrong.
I'm not even going to try to do her voice. He just kind of sits up, looks over at Arya's mirror. It sucks that she went through that much with a shitty parent. Sorry, I don't know if he swears. With a crap parental. A crap parent.
Some people have good parents, some people have bad parents, some people have okay parents. At least she came out as a better person.
Rourke nods and a little smile appears. She did.
I think she ended up with a good parent. That illithid was really good to her.
Rourke
Lived
kind
up to his
of
pinky
chuckles and
promise.
nods. Glad he did. Gets to keep his pinky this time, huh?
I mean, he's dead now. I don't think it really matters.
Oh, yeah. Kaba, as you are just standing in the room, you hear a voice in your head. Thank you for taking care of Arya.
Are you thinking of more words, or was that just it?
I think that's just it, eh?
Okay.
Yeah. I was trying to think of more words and I was like, no, that's all she'd say.
Straight to the point.
Yeah, this time.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
She's gonna be short. I'm gonna be short.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, technically, Kaba is anyway, so.
Double down on the shortness. Let's go. Amora, in your head, you hear... You have no idea how many times I wanted to call out that woman. Thanks for doing it for me.
No problem. Happy to do it. Happy to do it. Hopefully she lost some credibility because of that.
Oh, she did. The chicken spectacle was talked about for a very long time afterwards.
And Mora just lets out a laugh. Out of nowhere.
Was that a question or was it like a response?
No, that was a response. She
Okay.
just lets out a laugh,
Okay.
which would be really weird to everyone else because they
Right.
obviously cannot hear the voice inside her head.
Yeah.
So she just starts laughing out of nowhere.
Pretty sure at this point Elio thinks that's normal.
Probably.
Oh yeah, she's just crazy. It's
Mhm.
fine. Just traveling with a crazy person. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
I'm sure Elios has done it at some point too.
Mhm.
We're all crazy.
Mhm.
I've never denied it.
God.
Maybe Kaba might not be.
Cub is the only sane one here.
I mean, Kappa stayed with you all instead of just leaving.
Oh yeah, no, he's crazy.
You're all figments of my imagination. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
That's why he stayed with us.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I want to
just
see
like-
how this plays out.
Why is my imagination making me do all these things?
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. From there, you guys are all just left in the mirror dimension to your own devices.
How long has it been? Like, do we know?
Nope.
Like, for ourselves?
Nope.
Would I feel hungry?
Probably. It's been
The
like
start
a
of
while.
the start of the last session notes was 2 days ago, but then again there was the whole time skip stuff. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna see if I have food in my pack.
If you have rations in your inventory, yes. It is also just in one of the doors to a tavern, so you could just walk outside. And actually, Rock would voice this.
Oh.
I wonder what day it is. I am hungry.
Food and drink.
Food.
Hello?
Okay. Time for food.
You guys
In
are...
whatever place we're in.
Yeah, you stand up and go back outside to the, your reality.
so has that portal stayed open the whole time?
Just in the cupboard.
Yes, because it's in a cupboard.
But what if someone else opened the cupboard?
They'd see it.
That's the point of it being in a cupboard. Hide it.
But like, what if someone came in to clean the room? What if it's been like a day and they're like, oh, those people should be gone now, so someone came in to clean the cupboard, and now they just see this portal in the cupboard.
We go out, and it's 100 years later. It's still a tavern. No one has ever opened that room.
Yep. There's actually a
They all thought we
padlock on it. You
died
can't get out.
mysteriously. They all thought we died mysteriously or something.
They saw a group of people go in and never
They
come
never
out,
came.
so they were just like, nah.
Yeah,
lock
they
that
just
door.
opened it, saw it was something magic, and it was just some commoner like, nah, nah, nah,
Not
nah.
And then all they hear is like banging on the door as we're trying to get out.
Shit
Screams,
himself.
let me out!
God,
Hello. Help me.
terrifying.
Elias just busts the door down,
God.
breaks a hole in the door.
Yeah.
The poor cupboard.
I'll do a bender. I'm gonna bend the door.
Jesus. Well, the door isn't locked and padlocked, and it's not 100 years later. Kev is online.
Minute. 1 minute has passed.
Hello.
Hey.
I
haven't missed
only
much.
realized that it's daylight savings for us. Yeah. So
I'm going
I
to
should have
disconnect and
told you.
reconnect because he hasn't appeared in my Discord at all.
Really? It's
How rude, he's right there for me.
and you made Carla leave.
Okay.
Does he be gone? It's meant to be lighter. Why does it feel like it's darker?
I don't know. Time is a confusing spiral.
It's very sunny where I am.
It's been raining and storming like all week.
Yeah, it's been the same here. It's just only just started to come out with sun now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, now we've lost. Now we've lost Jesse.
Carver's having technical issues.
Yeah. It's alright.
He can't
his-
connect to his
In
shell
his old
phone.
age. Yeah, in his old
Shell
age. he
phone?
can't connect.
My
Did
whole
he hear it?
Oh, the whole
He
Discord
can't
crashed.
connect to his shell phone.
Oh, that was amazing.
I'll see myself out.
Okay, goodbye. Then Brooke leaves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeet.
God. So we just went through session recap, and Nim messaged a couple of people when you guys came out of Arya's place. And I would say Rook would also get a message from Nim. Just that says... Actually, should probably say this out loud so that everyone can hear it. There's... You don't see it, but you can just hear. Kind of like from a weird intercom.
Is it staticky too?
It's not. I really wish that y'all had been there when we were growing up. She needed the kindness that you showed her. Thank you for going in and checking on her, Rook.
Yeah, no problem.
Good luck, guys. From there, you guys are exiting, going back into the tavern, opening the doors. I don't remember what it was like before you guys went in, like general time-ish, whatever. But
It was daytime, wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure it was.
This is the one where I said that Rourke and Kappa were married.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys go back downstairs and get some food and drink. The person behind the bar seems very surprised to see you as you guys come downstairs.
I wave,
Just gives
but
you-
like really happily, like.
I just look back in confusion.
Mhm. You get your orders taken and you get food. I'm pretty sure you're in a high class tavern. So get whatever you want. And pay insert price.
Do we get another food review?
I mean,
Wait,
you
have we gotten a
absolutely
sandwich
can.
from this place?
Yes.
Okay.
Did we get the sandwich from this place and it was really shit?
I believe this was the last place that we got a sandwich from, wasn't it?
Depends on the name. Where did we put them? They're in here somewhere.
Party food reviews.
Bloody
Under
food
the End
reviews.
of Latov campaign 3.
Sexton Dale Tavern
Mhm.
is the last one. Or there's a
Literally
tavern in
great
Canellan,
asshole.
but a different reality. Or Dwinson Pub in Tottenham. Where are we?
So you guys are in
Tottenham.
Tottenham, yeah.
Are we at the Twinson Pub?
The Twin Sun pub, yes.
I don't know why I said it like that.
I think the last two,
Yes,
the last
we
places.
we have a food review, a sandwich review for them.
Okay.
It was a 4 out of 10.
It was, yeah, not as good as the other place. The one you tried in the other reality was not even a sandwich, so.
Was that the
Oh,
one that was
that-
just like
yeah, that was the one.
bread?
Yeah.
Bread and sauce.
Yeah, probably just some
And
like
driving.
lettuce. was just like wet.
I'm gonna
The meat
I'm
option
gonna
is
look
dry.
look at the menu, see the mind flayer calamari,
Mhm.
skip past it, and go for the shifting calamari instead.
Fair enough. You absolutely can.
I'm gonna get wedges.
Hell yeah, they have something adjacent to wedges.
Hot fried potatoes?
That's probably what they call them.
Hot fried potatoes?
Yep.
Love it.
Oiled potato. Dash fried.
Dash fried.
Biggest piece of meat on a bone you can give me. I'm just imagining One Piece style, like the giant piece of meat on the single bone.
Well, it's not really on a bone, but
That's where my head went when I said that.
yeah, you would probably get a deep fried wyvern tail. So it's just like a long piece of like meat. So you could just like pick it up and go from there. It doesn't have a bone in
Is
it.
technically cannibalism.
Probably. You don't look at the menu, so you don't actually know what it is. You just tell them that you want something like that, so they just hand it to you.
Look at Elios in disgust.
I feel like Elios would look at it in disgust. It'd just be like, okay, maybe something that's not from my ancestry, thank you.
No, why does it do that?
It is what you asked for, man.
I understand, but you see who I am.
You see the person I am inside.
Do you see the person I am?
Obviously, he thought you looked more hungry than like a Dragon Ball.
Maybe he thought you were an actual dragon.
I mean,
Maybe I am.
people eat this. Did dragon and
I'm
lizard
not
folk
people!
alike dragon and lizard folk alike eat this all the time.
He's just difficult.
Uh,
Don't mind him.
I mean, we
Just
still made it.
Elios
Do you want us
is
to take
trying
it?
his best to be difficult.
Do you want us to take it back, or like what?
Well, no, you already cooked it.
Yeah, because you asked for it.
Well, there's no point in letting it go to waste. Rock, do you want it?
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll eat it.
Okay, look back at the waiter. Now, the biggest piece of meat that is not related to me.
Okay.
The
Jeez.
pork would have probably gotten like a steak or like an entire roast.
Mhm.
Just be like, you just want to trade?
Yep, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm good with that.
Hell yes. Okay. Two.
What do you have for pickles? What kinds you got?
Kind of like side eyes Elios and is like, aged dragon pickles. We got the goblin ones. Those are always very highly asked for.
I'll try one of the dragon ones,
Okay.
and then just let's do a round of the goblin pickles.
Yeah,
Wait.
sure.
I have to ask, are they just pickles made by goblins, or do they have parts of goblins in the pickles?
Oh, no. They're just, like, made by them. We just call them, like, you know, they're the makers of it, so it's their brand. Yeah. I don't think meat pickles are, a good idea to sell.
Pickles always get better.
Yeah. I can get you like a single edge dragon one and then a jar of the goblin ones.
Cool.
Sweet. So golden 8 silver, please. The edge dragon ones are a fair bit. takes it from you, and then comes back with a pickle on a plate, and it's like, you probably imagine it's the size of like a dragon's like claw. Not claw, like finger. I don't know. Whatever.
What
It's
size
big.
dragon?
Pinky claw?
Pinky claw. Yeah.
Are we talking like a baby dragon, or like a young adult dragon, or like an adult dragon?
Like a young adult dragon.
Young adult. That's a big.
Yeah, it's still big.
That's a big pickle.
Yeah, and then you get a jar of pickles. Cool. Anything else I can get you guys, or are you good?
Do you have apple juice?
Yeah.
Would I please get some apple juice?
Yeah, sure thing. It's a silver,
I hand him the silver.
and you get apple juice.
Apple juice.
Yeah. Sweet. So it's 5 gold for the woven tail, and if you want a roast of any size, it's or of any animal, it's 8 silver. Sweet. You guys have your meal, and from when you came into this tavern, the same people are still here. And they're all just like, a couple of them are kind of looking over at you, very confused, but they just go back to eating their meal.
Are they having some weird look? It's not just me, right?
What type of weird looks? Elio starts looking around.
They look a little confused. Do you think like a lot of time has passed or something?
Doesn't seem like it.
Maybe you should ask them what the day is. Or is there a calendar around?
Would clocks exist yet? Like proper clocks? I think so. I don't know when clocks were invented.
It's your game, they can be invented whenever.
Dwarves made clocks. Congrats. There's one
Oh,
on the
it-
wall.
I'd be surprised by that. To
Yeah.
Be honest.
Is it one that tells us the date as well?
No, but there's like a calendar on the wall.
Right next to it.
Probably,
Can I
yeah.
go look at the calendar and try and see what day it is? Would it tell us what day it is? Like, I know how calendars work.
There's a giant blinking circle around the day with red arrows pointing to it. It moves every day. No.
It would be handy.
It would be.
I mean, the bartender could just like put an X through each day or something. I think that's what she's asking.
Yeah,
They mark
he
it
doesn't
as
do
a
that.
day.
Yeah.
That's too much effort for them.
Well, if they haven't marked a day, I just like to go up to one of them and be like, can you tell me the date?
You said it was 2 days since it went into here, right? So it was the 1st of Crimson Roll. Yeah, so he says it's the 1st of Crimson Roll. You guys were only up there for like an hour.
Oh my god, what did I say that we were doing up there? I don't remember. I'm just gonna be, yes, they work very fast.
Okay.
I don't know what I told them.
Let's do that in a crisis.
I'm just like, Yeah, they're very quick at what they do. Thank you, and then I just walk off.
I think follows you back to the table with his eyes, and he's like looking between Rourke and Carver, like. And he just goes.
I don't know that they were married.
Elias, you see the. It happens very quickly. Something under the like bar, and then he just very quickly keeps working.
Apparently we've been gone an hour.
Well, we've got the tavern for the night, so we should be able to get through eat all the mirrors.
Do we need to like stop and eat? Like, are we experiencing time diff? Like, I know it's only been like an hour for these guys, but like, are we gonna need sleep? Or like food or whatever? Like, is that gonna be a thing?
Well, at the moment, I'm not tired.
I mean, like in general.
You just need to do more work, Elios. It's me and Rourke doing all the work here.
Yeah, I guess I need to pick up some of the slack, eh?
He
Laura
did
looks
nap
a
in the
tiny
snow
bit
twice, I
offended.
think.
Ah yes, the men doing all the work.
I'm
Carver
you're
is
not
saying this
forgotten about.
slightly loudly enough that anyone listening could pick up what's been said.
Wait, what?
Carver is saying it just loud enough that anyone sitting at another table could actually hear what he's been saying.
Yep. You do get a couple of like.
If anyone stares long enough for Elios to see it or acknowledge it, he's gonna stand up and just give them just stare them down.
They
Just
don't
be
like
"Why are
stare
you
for
into-"
long. They
Yeah.
just kind of like look over like. Like,
They
what? Oh, don't look at me.
They must think we're fucking like freaks or something, I swear to God.
This is all down to you.
All I told them was that you all were married. That's it.
Right.
God.
Where's the weird look I got from the barman?
Explains most of the weird looks that we're getting.
When I said they were fast at what they do.
It explains the quick drink that he took then.
Well, we don't really care about their opinion, do we?
Nah.
I just thought they wanted a pickle.
I mean, you do have a very big pickle. Maybe they just were wondering if you would share it.
That's really not something I expected his sister to bring up at the dinner table of everyone.
I'm just like looking, I'm like, but it is a big pickle. Like, look at it.
From
It's a dragon pickle. Like, I don't even know what you expect it to be.
from behind you, you just hear, "Sister, what the hell?" And they leave. Oh my god. You couldn't have waited 50 more sessions for this to be session 69.
No, but we
No,
can do we can redo
mean-
this whole thing.
Yeah, we could definitely make this joke again at some point.
Think of what else we can come up with by then.
Good point. The pickles can only expand.
The pickles are just gonna get worse. They just marinate longer.
They sure do. Oh,
The goblin pickles will multiply.
they sure do. They liken goblins to rabbits, you know.
Apparently, the dragon pickles are very large, so it's good to know.
Was this
I'm dying,
confirmed
oh my God.
before or after you bought the dragon pickles at this tavern?
Not sure I understand the question.
What? No.
Fair enough.
This conversation is happening after the buying of the pickles?
The pickles would be on the table.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about dragon pickles in general.
Yeah, but there is one on the table.
Hmm.
Just make it worse. You can make it so much worse. Should I make it worse?
God.
Go on.
I was like, she's like, well, can I have some of your pickle?
Everyone in the tavern just gets up and walks out.
You just hear, alright, I
Simon.
quit.
It's just alright, I quit. Yeah, fucking tavern is up for sale in the next 5 minutes.
Yep. Not even 5 minutes,
Or
5
just
fucking
being,
seconds.
she's just a little
Yeah,
bit
5 seconds
oblivious.
is a for sale sign.
A little bit oblivious. She just really likes pickles, okay? It's like one of the foods she can eat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we're willing to share the pickle.
You all get one of the dragon pickles not dragon, goblin pickles anyway. As Brooke shares them.
Yeah, there's enough pickle to go around.
Yeah.
Oh, people are having the problem at the
You
fucking time
get
of
a
their fucking
pickle.
lives.
And you get a pickle.
Dude, if I was a
So
patron in
generous
that
with your
bar, I'd be
pickle there,
listening
Rourke.
so intently.
I probably
like-
would have moved into the table and just been like, right, what's this conversation about?
I would have been like so invested. I'd be like, what? With who? Wait, her
In
brother?
the conversation. When did this start?
High class 7. There's probably nobility here, right? They'd be used to that.
Was nobility here. I think we've scared most of them out.
Mm-hmm.
Normal to like marry your cousins and shit in normal circles.
Oh god.
It's the majority of nobles, isn't it?
Yeah.
My god. Look. Not in my world. Shit's nasty.
I was like, that does not exist.
It does not.
But it exists in the real world.
Good thing this is fantasy.
Exactly. And in fantasy, I can do what I want.
Do what I want.
You're like, I literally am God right now.
I'm the emperor, I can do what I want.
Literally just wipe you off the face of the earth, thank you.
Yeah. It's like, alright, no planet, new game.
Next
Roll
session.
credits.
Roll credit. Do we have the budget for credits?
Fuck.
You just hold up cardboard.
Oh
Do we-
god.
yeah,
I just hold them up to the
we'll
Discord
hold
thing
up,
like...
yeah.
just
We'll
says
all
the
hold
end.
up our own names.
No, it doesn't say anything, it just says the end.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Campaign over.
No,
Everyone
we
died.
all hold up each other's names
Exactly.
randomly.
Yeah.
So funny.
God. Amazing.
Hell, every time, I swear to God.
Um,
I'm gonna lose my
It's the
lungs.
only way to play.
as
lose my
Rourke
lungs.
had talked up, the goblin pickles are really good.
Okay, I need to write a food review about the pickles.
Elios is content with his steak and roast. That's what.
What about the dragon pickle?
Um,
Is it like mid? Is it good? Is it just like...
It's great.
Or do goblins do like the best pickles?
goblins definitely do the best.
Goblin pickles.
They're up there.
Um,
It's probably what they have like
what are
made and
pickles
eaten the
meant to taste
most
like?
of, so like they know what's up because it doesn't involve anybody else but them.
that's how they made their money.
Yeah.
They
Mhm.
cornered the pickle market.
Exactly.
I don't actually like pickles, so I don't remember what pickles actually taste like.
I don't know how to describe what a pickle tastes like.
Are they like
Vinegar.
salty?
Yeah.
Slightly acidic.
Slightly
Vinegary?
acidic.
Yeah.
Vinegar. Oh, that would make sense because
Mhm.
pickled.
Yeah.
So it
Because
turns out
pickles
that
are literally pickled cucumber.
goblin pickles were what made Arya sort of get all invested in monster reform. Just when she ate one when she was a really small child and thought this has to be a thing throughout the known world.
Yeah.
Needs to
That's
spread
so
the word.
funny.
Exactly.
Goblin
Spread the pickle.
pickles.
Like the pickle.
Spread the word, not the leg.
Best pickles.
God.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's gone. The Aged Dragon one is probably, it's not as good, but it's like it's up there.
Mm-mm.
Pop, pop, pop. As for how you guys are like faring in general, since you've come back out of the closet, haha.
No, I want to go back in.
I was already out of the
Let me
closet,
in.
thank you.
Let me in.
I've been
Put me
out
back
for the
in the
last
box.
4 years. I don't need
We're
to go
back in the closet.
Oh, fucking.
You've got to get back in the closet, Elios. We've hired it for the whole
No,
night.
Yeah.
I don't wanna.
You're not let out of the closet, not while Rock and Carver are busy. So I'll go back in the closet. I'll go back in.
Yeah, I'll go back in the closet now.
Fucking hell. Anyway. So you are like tired, but you're not gonna be exhausted when you exit the middle realm. But it's kind of just like you are. It's like your body's moving faster than your mind, because you're doing a lot of things rather than like your brain doing everything. I don't know if this is making sense, but like because your brain is still catching up to your body, so by the time you exit, it's kind of like, okay, they can catch up to one another, but it's not gonna like wipe you out. You're not gonna fall to the floor with 6 points of exhaustion.
We're just a bit sleepy.
Mm-hmm. So if you're in there for like a week or two, you're probably gonna be tired, like very, very tired when you exit.
But not exhausted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna give you guys a bunch of exhaustion points for it. Is basically
Could you
what I
imagine?
decided.
Could you imagine? Yeah, you guys are like got 5 exhaustion points. What, we've been in there an hour?
Yeah.
You guys need to sleep for 2 days straight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh. So, who's next on our list?
Who is next on the list?
Do that.
I don't know, you made the list.
Did
Rook or
Helios make the
Giovanni?
list?
Kaba and Elios did, yeah.
Yeah. Me and Rourke were just like, yeah, we don't
I
know
think Kaba
nothing.
made it, but confirmed it with Helios. So it is in Kaba's
That's about
handwriting.
right.
Mhm.
Roll to read Cubs handwriting.
God. The list is in player planning still. I've crossed out area.
Rook or Giovanni?
Well, who do you guys want to go to?
So it's either the Wildstorm, which is Giovanni, or Death, which is Rook.
We'll do Giovanni first.
Okay.
Helios slowly puts on his amulet.
Oh my god.
Whoops.
Fair enough.
Helios has a god symbol for Giovanni.
Yep.
Well, for the Wildstorm, but
But
So we go to the reality where they have a name.
yep.
So our reality, no name.
Mhm.
Reality we're going to, name.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, because duh, origins.
Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say then they haven't
I've
ascended.
had like
yet.
3 hours sleep, guys. Okay, my brain is not
You're okay. You're okay.
on.
I have had a max of 8 hours this week of sleep, so
Jesus.
Like you need help.
I mean my mental state's already fucked. So
Whew.
Mood.
God. Y'all
This
need
is why
help.
we play D&D.
Exactly. Escapism.
yes,
Huh. So you guys go into Giovanni's. You get to find out about Raiden's dad.
Helios just
Yeah.
yeets himself in.
Alias is gonna be fangirling.
So from the books that you were given, Giovanni's is go to Kelna, Fablian, find the orphanage, break them, then help them flee, and then do not intervene.
Break them?
Yep.
A little worried about that.
I don't think this is a good one for Mora to be.
This is gonna be enjoyable.
Mora just had a mental break.
Jim. We're about to find out.
You sure are. Where'd I go? Here it is. Okay, so you jump in, and you find yourself in Kelna. None of you have been to. None of you. Kaba's from Fablian. Aside from Kaba, none of you have been to Fablian. It's definitely one of the largest continents in Latov. And Kelna is a large town. It is desert, and there isn't, obviously, too much greenery around, because it's a desert. It definitely looks and feels like it hasn't rained here in a good while. The towns are busy. There are a lot of tieflings, dragonborns, dwarfs. Those you would say would be the more dominant races here. Lizard folk as well. No, not lizard folk. This is back in time. Instead of lizards, it would be orcs. Half orcs, sorry. And wandering around the this place, you find an orphanage. It's called Little Town Orphanage. It is probably the largest building in this place. Kaba, you know that Fabian has always had has always held a lot of people, being one of the larger continents. It has the most, I can't think of what this word is. I can only think of civilization, but that's not it. Population, that's the one. The most dominant population in this area. But there aren't actually that much housing in this area. And in this time period, it's even more apparent. Growing up in Holden, Kaba, there was still a lot of people that were homeless, and people that would try and jump on the ships to get from one side of Fabian to the other, hoping that there was more opportunity, but there kind of always wasn't. And yeah, it's a lot more apparent in this time period. The orphanage is bigger than the hospital. It's bigger than any of the other buildings that are in here. It's probably almost on the same scale that the museum that's being built. And there are quite a few children in there. There are probably more so older kids that are in there. It's probably like 50% of the children that you see wandering around in there are like probably 5 to 10 is like most of the children. Like 20% are like babies to 4-year-olds, and then the other 30% is like 10 to, you could probably see a few that look like 15. So the way up of this is very apparent. That's the only word I can think of. And you know that Giovanni Dollister, he is a dark blue dragonborn. And you can see there are a few coloured dragonborn that are around, but you do manage to catch where Giovanni is. He looks to be around 10 or 11, is what you could guess. Ilios, you would be able to get a more accurate a more accurate age. Words, sorry, y'all. He looks like he's 14. There are a couple of others that are with him. Reading. Oh my god, words. Okay. There is a furbolg that's there that has one arm. And there are 2 orcs that are with him. I think I said 3. Yeah, there are 3 others with him. Yeah. You probably guess to be around the same age. All 3 of the others are bigger than Giovanni. But they're just kind of off in one of the back corners of the orphanage at the moment. As the other kids are just kind of running around and playing. Every now and again, families will walk in and some of the children will stop and just look at them with like wide eyes. There's a human man that would step out and kind of go over to groups of children, take like a look at them, point at one of them, and then tell them to go with them. That kind of happens randomly throughout the day.
It's a very weird way to run an orphanage.
Yeah, that's kind of what you see over the course of just overlooking for probably like 10-15 minutes from a little bit away.
Ilios will look at Amuro and be like, is that normal? Ilios hasn't been anywhere near an orphanage before. So,
Are you talking about the man just coming out pointing at someone and then them leaving?
yes.
Well, usually you'd want them to talk to the children first, like interact with them. He just seems to be like talking to the family, pointing out a kid, and then that kid just leaves with them. Seems a little off. These kids looked well looked after.
The younger ones, yes. Till about, you probably assume some of the, probably after 7 or 8. The teenage, like anyone over 10, they are wearing rags. They're not out the front of the area, they're in the back.
You would say, like, Amora is not happy about this fact. She's like, are their clothes just like, are they wearing, like, are their clothes like quite like wholly worn down?
Yeah. Grubby, worn down, there are holes in them, stains on them, yeah.
How many kids would you say are over 10, roughly, in this area?
I think over 10 I said was like 30% of them.
I don't know how many children that would be. How many children are here?
In the orphanage itself, it probably looks like there's 40, 45, so...
So 30%.
Actually, I'd say there's probably like 50 kids here, and there's like 10, 15 of them.
That are like, their clothes are just worn.
Mm-hmm.
Do they look healthy, or do they just look like...
They don't look
Like, they
malnourished
haven't
or
been-
anything.
Okay, but their clothes are just like...
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Is it like fucked to the point I could repair them, or just like fucked entirely?
From where you're standing, with the amount of like filth and stuff that is on a few of them, just kind of patching up the clothes would probably not be enough. They probably look like they haven't
They
bathed.
haven't had a shower? They haven't had a bath?
Some of them doesn't look like so.
Oh, Amora's pissed. She is not happy right now. And it's not like she like voices that she's like really pissed off. You can just like tell, and you can like see that like in the glint of her eyes that she is just looking out for someone's blood.
Fair.
And she is going to start to go towards the orphanage, because even though she knows she shouldn't get involved, these are children.
Give me 1 sec. Sorry, I just need to grab something.
All good. Not the children.
Because this is a very good time.
Oh, he's got a book.
Amora, you start to feel something.
No. No, we don't. Oh no.
Okay. I'll put this into your character sheet. So, you start to feel your heart rate getting faster. You can feel the rage building up in you. It kind of feels like something unlocks in you.
She's just a human though.
You get a new class ability called Hate's Brand. When you spend
Okay,
an
that sounds
action,
sick.
when you spend an action to brand someone you hate, they must be within 30 feet of you and hear you. The requirements are they must have actively or in the past wronged you, or done something that warrants you hating them, or does not take hold. You can use this 2 times per day, 3 at 10th and 4 at 20. Hate's Brand grants you advantage on attacks against that target, and they make saves with disadvantage caused by you.
He's gonna be doing this without knowing, isn't he? 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pissed. She's like after that human man's blood. She is.
Brooke, you know Amora. You have known Amora for long enough to know. Uh-oh.
It's that look.
She's not gonna say anything. She's just gonna.
He'll like try to nudge like Kaba. Amora's mad. She's real mad.
Madder than normal.
Yeah. Like you remember that that dog we found? Like that mad.
Right, so are you suggesting we stay out of her way or hold her back?
Helios is just gonna step back and pay no attention to this.
I don't know.
Maybe watch what she does and be prepared to jump in when things go horrifically sideways?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I finished typing that now. So what is Amora doing?
Well, while they were discussing what to do with Amora, she was already gone. Is this man in like an office? Like,
Yeah.
do I have to go?
Mhm.
He's in an office.
Yeah.
She's literally just gonna barge open into the office and be like, "Why are those children filthy? And where are their clothes?"
As you're walking through the orphanage itself, you have to go through a set of upper set of stairs, and it kind of fuels that rage even further. On the lower floors, there were all pristine, nice rooms. There's a lovely like dining and kitchen area. The next floor up is where the bedrooms are. The bedrooms look nice and well kept. That's where his office is, in like the center. with like a couple of rooms on either side, and then the bedrooms. At the end of that, you can see another staircase that goes higher, completely dark.
Oh. I haven't gone into this man's room yet, have I?
No.
Oh, I'm going up that staircase. I'm like, that's sus.
Okay. So
if
before
I need more, yeah, before I go into this man's room, I'm like, yeah, there's something up there, and I need to see that, and then I can rip this man a new one.
Helios will follow more, but like at a distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you are walking, even both of you, as you walk through past like the children at the front that are playing, they all kind of look at you and are like, ooh.
Pleurodon. Magical little Pleurodon.
I would definitely be an odd one out here.
Agua. Thank you. I will agua. Everybody agua.
I don't have any agua next to me.
Count.
Yeah, I'll drink from my... Yeah.
This is fine. It works.
Yep. Still got the lid on, but yep.
You go up the staircase. Place is a mess. At the top of the staircase, there is a... what do you call them? The thing that, like... Sorry, at the top and the bottom. One of those, like, toddler gates.
Gates? Like a toddler gate?
Yeah, at the top and the bottom. The one on the bottom is a lot nicer than the one at the top. The one at the top looks like it's broken, so you can kind of just push it. Everything froze. Did you hear me?
Everything
Yeah, I
froze.
can hear you.
Okay, cool, because you all
You don't
froze.
freeze.
Okay, it was just my side. That's fine. But yeah, up here, there's dust everywhere. Most of the rooms don't even have doors. They look like they've been broken off. There are holes in the walls. There's holes in the ceilings. Some of the windows are broken, but not on the front. Just the back windows. The beds are mattresses on the floor. There are still, like, bowls and stuff that are around, but they've just kind of been left there. Having a look at some of the food that these kids look to have gotten, it seems just like porridge slop. There's some stale bread that you pick up. You don't know how long it's been there, but it's definitely, like, tapping on the wall. It's hard as a fucking rock. It smells bad.
Are there kids up here? Are there kids up here?
There are a couple.
I'm assuming they probably don't look great.
One of them is a, like, elven boy. He is, holes are stained and full of holes and stuff. And he exits one of the rooms that actually does have a door. It's coughing and looks quite sick.
Do they have bathrooms up here?
Yeah.
Do those at least have doors?
The half a door. It's like got massive holes in it. The bottom half of the doors are broken. And there's kind of just like a couple of like stalls for toilets in there that don't look like they've been cleaned very well. And there is a shower kind of situation. You go and turn the handle and nothing comes out.
Can I just try a tap until one works?
Like a couple of taps work. But it's like 2 out of the 6 of them.
It just is... I want to help the kid that's coughing. Like, I don't think any of my spells would actually help with that.
Let's see.
Put him out of his misery.
Oh
We're
my
not
god.
murdering children.
So I can just minimize healing spells.
Murder hobos.
No, no murder hobo. No, especially children.
My god.
I wouldn't do that to Tyler.
I wouldn't let
Tyler
you.
Tyler just kicks you out of the campaign. He's like, nah, fuck it.
I've
New
kept people
character.
on for much worse. I'm kidding. You know.
It would be a way if I wanted a character to die, I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go on a murder spree.
I would say that you could definitely use a healing spell to do so. Because what you probably need is lesser restoration.
I don't have that.
Yeah. But I would definitely allow a healing spell to help out this kid.
I will just kneel down to this child.
Mhm.
Not really say anything to him and just let the healing magic flow.
So say you do a cure wounds and
Thank you.
just kind of very lightly place your hand on like this the kid's like shoulders. He's kind of like looking at you very oddly.
Choose the other one.
And let her put her headset back on. I also did update your ability, Rock.
What?
I needed to put an update on Rock's character sheet because I messaged him it, but I didn't do it in Roll20, and I'll work on putting Hate's brand in your character sheet after the session because typing.
That's fine.
But yeah, so it seems to help the kid. They go to talk to you and their voice is kind of like a little bit croaky as they're like, what are you doing? And then you heal them.
I have water. Can I give them some water?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna give them some water. I think I have like a bunch of water bottles
Okay.
on me.
You have a water skin, yeah.
Did we ever take all those water bottles when we bought like a fuck ton?
In your pockets, I would say no. Yeah.
That was a very drunken night, so...
I'm gonna give him some water from my water skin.
Yeah. He drinks it happily. After you've healed him, the voice that was very like croaky and soft sounds a lot better for a start, and they just kind of like hold their chest for a second and are like, thank you. What are you doing up here?
Well, I was just seeing what was around. She's still very much pissed off, but she's like, this is a child. I need to be to this child.
Mm-hmm.
Do you always live like this?
Yeah. Mr. Linwood doesn't like anyone up here.
Does Mr. Linwood look after you?
I mean, we have rooms and a bed. We get food.
She like looks around and she's like, you mean this?
Yeah.
Is there some Mr. Linwood runs this place?
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else work here?
There are nannies. There's like 4 of them.
Do they treat you well?
We don't talk to them. Well, they don't talk to us as well.
Who do they talk to?
Mr. Linwood?
Did they talk to any of the other kids? you just stay up here? Do you not go downstairs or outside?
I mean, I normally don't. A couple of the other kids do. But if we go downstairs, I shouldn't be talking to you. I think you need to go downstairs.
I think I do. She's like, gets up, walks back downstairs.
Just a gentle reminder that veiling is a thing. If any of this is like,
Veiling?
hey, I'm not keen on
yes,
this,
yes.
anything, or anything that is in the campaign that comes up that you're like, oof, this is triggering, just either do like an X with your hand, or put an X in Roll20 chat, just to keep everybody safe. Nobody needs to be triggered by anything. I don't go into heavy stuff, like the stuff that we have all agreed on that's like, nope. Just a reminder.
Was she mad? She madder than the dog. He's going to burst into this man's office.
He is with a family and a child at the moment.
I do not care.
His pen doesn't work. Go away. Continue.
Elios is gonna stand in the doorway.
She does not care. She looks at him and she's like, how can you let those children live like that? And it's like, her voice is like low and just angry. She's not she's not like big, like yelling or anything. It's like real. You know when people are like angry, but it's like scary angry because they're not like mad, not like visibly mad, but their voice is like really low. It's like that. Like that.
Just that flat, quiet rage.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
This man's office is fancy, TM. He's wearing like a very nice suit, and yeah, as he kind of turns to you.
It pisses her off even more.
I'm with a client at the moment. If you have a scheduled appointment, I can talk to you in a minute, but I do take care of all of my children.
No. Shut up. I've just been upstairs. I have been upstairs. You had a sick child up there in that dank and dirty room. There are holes in the walls, there are holes in the windows, there are holes in the goddamn ceiling. Their clothes have holes in them.
Excuse me, one moment. That room is under renovations at the moment, and
Then why are there children up there?
There are not meant to be children up there, hence the gates that are on them.
I've seen the other children that are around with holes in their clothes. And you're sitting in this fancy office.
I understand whatever snooping that you may have done. Not everything is as pristine. I cannot
so
make
it's just
children
your older
bathe.
children, right? It's just your older children that aren't pristine. Because I can see all your young children, or their bedrooms are nice, all their clothes are nice. They all look like they've had a bath, but your older children, they haven't looked like they had a bath in months.
He completely turns away from you towards the family. I do apologize for this outburst. If you would, I will guide someone in here to take you to one of the other offices. And, like, a guard walks in. Two guards walk in. One of them, like, moves Amora out of the way. And the other two guards, like, guide the family to one of the other rooms. The child that's with them is being guided as well. Still being held onto, Amora, your hands go behind your back, and you feel like cuffs go on, as one of the guards is standing near Elios, and is just, like, silently. And this
I'm just gonna
this
stare
guard
him
is
down.
eye to eye with you, Elios. Amora, you get guided into the office and like sat down by the guard. Mr. Linwood turns towards you. Will you be joining
Oh, no,
your
it froze.
ally?
I'm making sure she doesn't do anything she regrets.
Well, then maybe you should have apprehended her before her outburst in front of my
Oh
clients.
no, she won't regret that whatsoever.
Then you may take your leave. And he closes the door in your face.
I wouldn't let him.
The
I wouldn't
guard
let him
won't let
close the
you.
door. I'll just basically stand in the door so he can't close it, and like face to face with the guard.
The guard would be in your way and not let you stand in front of the door, and you are being held back.
Where are the other two? I'm really curious as to where they go.
Or discussing what
They're
they're gonna
both
do.
outside, yeah.
Standing outside being like, oh, what do you think we should do?
We're already inside. Elios won't let him like cuff him or anything, but he'll take a step back from the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, he-
easy bye.
Bye, Izzy.
Yeah, once Rourke noticed that he lost track of Amora, he would just be like, "Oh no," and just like start wandering around looking for her,
Mm-hmm.
listening for the yelling.
Because you definitely would have seen that the guards will go in, and there are a few more that are just kind of stationed outside, and as soon as you kind of make your way towards the orphanage, they do kind of stand in front of it.
Stop.
Hey guys, my sister's in there. I need to go get her.
The
Is it cool? Is it cool if I come in?
I believe you'll have to wait out here until she is released.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm going in to get my sister. How many of you want to try to stop me?
Please do not resort to violence in front of the children, sir.
I don't want to.
Then move along.
Guys, I really don't want to do this. I know you're just doing your jobs. You can let me in. Hopefully I can talk some sense into her. And we can get out of your hair.
And looks over at the other guard. If this escalates, you will be arrested with her.
That's what I'm
Getting
hoping to
arrested.
avoid.
He'll like step aside. The guard talks to the other guard that's there, and then the guard that was talking to you follows you inside. As you are walking in, there are a few like older women that come out that are dressed in like uniform. They kind of look like flight attendants, like flight attendant uniform. And they start to gather up the children. They are all female humans that come out and gather up these children, and you see a bunch of them kind of like scattering around. They're like couple of children you hear ask, "What's happening?" We're just gonna play inside for a little while. Come on. You can see as you are going inside through one of like the kitchen windows in like the dining area, you see a blue dragonborn face just like through the window.
Izzy's back.
Hello. Did your internet die? Oh, can't hear us yet.
Right.
Okay. Everything alright?
The internet died.
Uh-huh.
We love that.
Okay. So yeah, you see Giovanni in the window, just kind of like signaling down to someone, as he's peeking through. You go up the staircase to the room where you can see Elios outside, standing there. So, Kaba, you saw Rourke head over to where there were guards that went in. Rourke spoke to the two guards that were there and then went inside with one. Would you have been with Rourke? Okay. In that case, he would only let Rourke past because he goes with him, and the other guard that does call a couple of other guards down just says, "The less people we have in the confrontation, the better. If you wouldn't mind waiting out here, sir."
Sure. I'll just keep my ears peeled.
Cool, so it is. In that case, as you're kind of around that area, eventually you do see the furbolg with the one arm that was with Giovanni, just kind of like peeking around the side as all of the children get gathered up by the nannies and go inside. A couple of families that do come up and ask, like, "We have an appointment with Mr. Linwood." They say he's quite busy with something at the moment. He does apologize greatly for the disturbance. He will contact you, or you will hear word for a reappointment with him. And they kind of like all huffy about it for a minute before they walk away. But yeah, Rourke going upstairs, you can see Elios is outside. The door is closed. Yeah.
Me and the guard are just having a stare down.
Oh, absolutely. Is there anything that you're gonna do, Rourke?
Rourke will just be like in a very calm and casual and chipper voice.
Mm-hmm.
"Hey, Oz. Glad we found you. Is that where she's at?
Yep.
Cool.
Surprised you didn't hear the yelling.
Yeah, we kind of did.
Ooh, they're loud.
I'm not moving my eyes off the guard either.
Mm-hmm.
He'll just look and go, 1, 2.
There's
How
one
many are
in
in
there
there?
with them, alright.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's only one. Yeah, so I'll put one hand behind me and just go like that. So Rourke.
Did you happen to see if there were like any kids around?
There was one when we walked in.
Yeah, I think they were kind of getting them gathered up and taking them somewhere. So that's probably smart on their part.
That is definitely a good idea.
So is the door closed?
Mm-hmm.
Rourke will just like try to make his way behind Aeolus and like try to open the door.
As you're walking around that way, simultaneously, all four of you hear, I know it's bad, you need to cool off. Don't worry, they get what they deserve, as long as Giovanni follows his path.
Helios takes a step back from the guard.
The guard turns and puts his back.
Still staring him.
The guard like turns his back to the door, still eyeing Elios. Like he's got his back to the door. I mean, turns his back to the door.
Wait, do we all hear this?
All four of you hear it. Even Kava outside.
Is it Nim?
It's Nim, yeah.
I kind of gathered that with the way it was said.
My brain's like blanked for a second.
I was just like, yeah, no, that's got to be them.
And more like hears Nim's voice.
Mm-hmm.
And she understands Nim's words. But at this point, she is very angry, and it's a little hard for her to calm down right now.
Blinded rage.
The one things you don't mess with: children and dogs or animals.
Mm-hmm.
Usually happy, go optimistic, more angry.
Rourke will look at the guard like blocking the door and go, I would like to go in there and get my sister before bad things happen.
So threatening.
Make an intimidation check.
I'm not.
Sorry.
Like,
Elios technically would be helping with this. His sparks coming out of his teeth and around his eyes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You do have
he's
advantage.
not like. Oh yeah.
You get to roll.
Yeah.
18.
18.
And he's not trying to be threatening. He's just trying to be very matter of fact.
Mm-hmm. Just knocks on the door behind him twice. Door opens a little bit. It's kind of... all this time, he doesn't take his eyes off Elios and just kind of leans back. Dude, sister wants to talk to her. Calm her down. And the door swings open behind him. Steps towards Elios, even with the sparks and everything. Meanwhile, while that happened, in the room...
Wait, I was handcuffed, right?
Handcuffed behind your back, yep. And now sitting in a chair. He writes down a couple of things and is not even talking to you, is talking to the guard. And just says, on accounts of trespassing, and abuse allegations, neglectful allegations, and a full arrest as well as a removal from Kellner, please. Hands
Sorry,
up.
neglect allegations. It is very clear you're neglecting these children.
Could this go through immediately, please? They kind of are like talking between another, and once you, like, a couple of times you interject before he just turns to you and goes, "Those children are not going to be adopted."
And what, so you're going to treat them like shit? You're going to not clothe them? You're not going to take care of them because they're not going to get adopted?
They've been here since I opened this place a very long time ago.
And
They
yet
have
you're not
acted
going to
out.
look after them?
I have looked after them
I
for
wonder
many
why
years.
they're acting out.
I gave
I've
them
worked-
multiple opportunities to find a happy family, and every single time they didn't show up, they showed up in a absolute state of mess. I gave them every opportunity to be bathed, fed, had everything at their disposal. And every
you ask
single
them
time
why?
they spat in my face. Their anger
Did you
for
ask them
everything
why?
has been pointed at me, when I have only been trying to find them a place.
Did you ask them why?
I have just said why.
Did you talk to them?
Of course I did. They were children. They came to me for everything. There was a mutual trust between us, yet they spat in my face.
And what did you do to break that trust?
Children
I've worked with children for years.
So have I.
The only reason they act like that, exactly like what you're describing, is when they don't trust you. And you've clearly done something to make them not trust you. And even if they do not trust you, you still don't treat them like that. You could get repairs on that room up there. You could feed them proper food. Your nannies don't even talk to them. Like, why do you... They've probably created an own group within themselves and don't trust literally anyone else because of you.
A child's emotion has been pointed at me for no reason. These children have for years. Multiple of them I've picked up off the street. They hate the world. I've done everything in my
allowed to hate
power.
the world.
Of course they are. But I've done everything in my power to ease or even repair that hate. Give them a chance at a family. Make an insight check.
Do you ever think they already have a family with each other? And that maybe the reason that they don't want to go with these families is because they don't want to leave the family that they've got. That they don't want to leave the people that they would have to leave behind. Because that shit is scary. And they've already suffered enough. And now you're here trying to force them away from the only people that they trust. You clearly do not understand children.
I'd say that's when the door opens, but still make an insight check.
Who's making an insight check?
You are.
Me?
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. Dice. Where did I put my good dice? Hello, good dice. I know I put them in here. That's why I don't like cleaning up, because then I lose. Literally. Those aren't my good dice. Okay, so I put my good dice somewhere and have now lost said good dice. So we love that for me.
Oof.
So okay. I'm just gonna have to pick some dice again. Where is it? Is it a D20? No. Is it a D20? No, that's a... I have too many dice in here. That's not looking for. Neither is that. Where is a D20? Okay, I'm picking literally everything but a D20. Okay, we found one. I think it's one you gave me, Tyler. Okay. Insight. What is that? Oh, yes, thank you, dice. Plus. I have a plus 7 in insight.
Yeah.
It's a 24.
Nice. This garbage man, is lying through his fucking teeth.
You know it. The fact that I know he's lying, can I just like try and stand up?
You can, but you have immediate hands on your shoulders, to sit you down as the door gets opened.
Fucking lie. Amora's actually swearing right now.
Mm-hmm.
She would try and point her hands, but
Yeah.
she cannot.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
when
that just
you
makes her
walk in.
frustrated. Can she just be a bit going like this?
Yes, absolutely.
Fucking liar. Is what you hear when you open the door.
Yeah.
Oh, good. The swears.
He's like, oh, this is like top tier, oh shit level.
Mm-hmm. And who is this? Why is this man here?
Hey, sis.
He's in a blind, like, sort of rage right now, so she kind of like hears you say that, but is very much focused on this man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not having, like, Amora acknowledge him, he's like, oh no.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Rourke will step in, like, stand in front of her and, like, kneel down and get face to face.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Hey.
He's like, like, see past you. She's still being like, how could you lie about this? How could you treat them like that? Like, she is just like going off.
Mm-hmm.
Amora.
Nothing.
This isn't helping the way we want it to.
Nope, she is still just.
Mm-hmm.
She hears you, but it's
Yeah.
not like resonating. She's just like, this man is treating these children terribly. Fuck him. He's gonna blip.
Does Amora use Hate's brand?
Unknowingly, yes.
Okay.
Because she doesn't know this is a thing. But she hates this man for what he is doing to this children and the fact he is lying through his teeth about it, especially when he's wearing all his nice stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry, keep going, Kev.
You heard Nim, right?
He like gives a little nod.
As much as I would like it to be, this guy is not why we're here.
He should be.
I'm not arguing that. have a lot of people we gotta take care of.
Just kids.
I know.
And he's lying.
I don't doubt it. I mean, these guards are probably in his pocket too. But this isn't how we help the kids.
It's at that point that Amara's just like, kids. And then she starts to like visibly calm down. She's like, yeah, the kids. Gotta help the kids. And just keeps repeating that over and over again.
Rourke will like look up at the other guard and go like, can you let her go and we can leave?
Looks over to the human man, who just says, as long as you leave Kalna immediately.
We will be gone soon enough.
Immediately.
Amara just whispers. But like super quietly. She's just like, no.
We will ensure their departure, so stands Amora up. Just looks to you, Rourke, and says, we will uncuff her outside. If you please follow us.
As they're leaving, can Amora turn her head and look at Miss Linwood and be like, you know, you'll get what's coming to you. And then just turns her head back and lets herself be let out.
Mm-hmm.
Rourke will take a second and take just a very deep breath and look at the guy and be like, my sister and I were adopted. We were some of the lucky ones. And just for a second, just like pulse, like light up the runes on his skin a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You are a very lucky one today. And I hope whatever hell you end in, I'm there to welcome you.
Yes.
And just walk out.
Fucking incredible.
We're a family full of threat.
Hey, why not? Oh, that's so good. Are you at max inspiration?
Who?
Rourke.
No.
Okay, you get inspiration one. Also, Amora, you get inspiration one.
Yeah, I'm only on one, so now it's two.
So good. Very good role-playing. You get... three of you get escorted outside. As soon as you're outside the gates, Amora, you do get unhandcuffed. The guards, which now are all standing out there, there's like 6 or 7 of them. The guard that was in there with you, Amora, just says the... actually, can you... Yeah. A horse and carriage will be arranged for you in an hour. You are to remain under our watch. You will be seen out of the city.
She just looks at them, and she's like, "You are all disgusting. I don't know how you could let children be treated like that, and honestly, no money is worth working for that man. And one day, you'll all get what's coming to you." And she's like, kind of like, is there a tree outside or something?
You're in a desert.
We're in a is there something outside? A rock, maybe?
A
A
rock
rock?
is outside, yes.
No, like an actual rock.
Oh, okay.
If there's not a rock, maybe she'll just kick Elios, you know? She doesn't want to kick him.
Ilios is still like full on focused on the guard that he was standing with.
Yeah.
This whole time, just
Yeah.
still
Steering.
sparks and ice coming off his face.
Yeah. I mean, there's just like the buildings that are around you.
Oh, can she
And-
kick the building?
Sure. There's like some pebbles on the ground if you want to just kick one of them.
Yeah.
Sure.
Roll to
Yep,
not
she's
break
gonna
your foot.
Kick
Yeah.
kick some pebbles, maybe kick the building.
Yep. If any of you try and leave, yeah, 5 of the 7 guards will be with you.
Okay. This is out of character. He said we had to leave. He didn't say we couldn't come back.
He also
like-
said that they would be watching us.
Yeah, they can watch us leave, and we can like walk off, and they can watch us walk off, and then we can just like do a little route and come back in. Like, how are they gonna know? Are they watching every entrance into the city?
I mean, they are guards.
For that man at the orphanage, are they guards for the whole city? I actually don't know if they're guards for the whole city.
Yeah, are they town guards or are they
Are they
They're
like
town
just
guards.
orphanage? Yeah.
You know, we can just put our hoods up. It's fine. Fine. It's all good. Okay, if they see us, you guys run, and I'll just let myself get arrested. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would target you anyway.
You see, so then it's fine. It's fine. Also, that was an abuse of power. That is. But yeah, she's just kicking buildings, kicking stones. Occasionally letting out a massive scream of frustration.
Occasionally just punching something next to it.
Mm.
Elio's not even turning his back on the orphanage, just still focused
Mhm.
That one guard.
on that one specific guard.
Yep. And he too is very focused, just staring down.
How long is it that you'd have to stare at someone before it becomes gay?
Not sure. We'll find out in an hour.
Elio's never said he was straight.
And this guard has said fuck all.
There's some intense eye contact.
Yeah.
There's eye
Prolonged
contact.
A little bit of
Prolonged
sparks
eye
and
contact.
ice clouds forming.
Elias is going to seduce one of the guards to help us out.
God. He casts Charm Person on both of them and they just staring. They fall in love.
I wouldn't do that, but that is funny.
Why not? My God.
You guys should really just leave Amora behind on these. Oh, she misses up again.
That's kind of why I followed you. I was like, she's gonna be pissed.
Mhm.
You're like, she already got too involved in the last one, and now she's involved again.
God.
This woman can't follow instructions.
God. Cover.
Elios isn't onto it enough though.
Cover from where you're standing around like the side of the building, you can see the group of those 4 kids, Giovanni, the 2 orcs, and the furbolg, just watching you guys. If you could see stars in their eyes from where you're standing, you probably would.
Oh, that would be interesting. If the if a Dragonborn sees me, because I'm guessing at this point in time, there's not really any Dragonborns like me.
Oh, none. Yeah.
They would be confused as shit because I've got sparks and ice cloud.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just watch them back. I think Carver's trying to figure out what we're supposed to be doing in here, or like what Giovanni's supposed to be doing, and how we're supposed to be helping him out. So he will very pointedly just watch the group from where he's sitting as they watch him.
Mm-hmm.
He will outpatient them.
Fair enough. I would say it's Giovanni that meets your eyes and then just kind of ducks around. But you can still see, like, the two massive orc kids who are just, like, they seem to be in, like, a little group huddle talking. Does anything in particular happen over the next hour?
The next hour. I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Does this man's office have a front-facing window?
I would say so, yeah.
Would I be able to guess which one it is?
Yeah.
Okay, so like, you know, like at the end of the hour when the horse and carriage is coming and they're gonna make us leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to throw a rock at his window.
You don't even get to bend down to pick one up before one of the guards, like, grabs your hand. It's like, don't do that.
He deserves it.
They just guide you towards the cart.
Who the fuck is this tiny human with so much rage
Yeah.
in this fucking like pastel pink dress?
You get piled into a horse and carriage.
Wait, is Kaba with us? Yeah, that's right.
No,
Oh, I am?
you
I-
would
like, I-
all be, because
Okay,
you would
I
be
had
outside
not-
with them.
Ah, okay. I thought that they'd just left me there at the bottom of the stairs, like wandering past. But
Because you came up with
I had no idea.
yeah, because you came up with Rourke. They were like, okay, they're all together, so all of them need to go.
Associated with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought at some point in the past you said something about 3 people, and I just assumed that I'd been left behind.
Oh,
But that's cool.
sorry. You get piled into a horse and carriage, and it starts to head out of the city. There's a half-elf woman who is driving it as you are going out of Kelner. You're being taken to Culford, which has a docks, which is why they're taking you there.
Oh, are they trying to get us on a boat?
Yep.
Oh yeah, fuck that. Not doing that. I will hit him before I get on a boat. Or I'll get on a boat and then just jump in the water and swim back. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, Rios is gonna look at Kaba and just be like, what do we do now? Because I already know what that one wants to do, pointing at Amora.
I'm working on it.
as you guys are being taken out of the city, it's a probably like a day and a half's ride to get to the next like city over. So it's probably like a few hours later. It starts raining.
In the desert?
Yeah. In the desert?
The sky was fine a few minutes ago. It was clear, even.
Wait, no.
Ilios will welcome the rain.
It
Just like,
starts
ah.
pouring down as the clouds get darker and darker. And then you hear sound of thunder.
Ready.
Mm-hmm.
You guys should probably pull over.
The horse and cart do actually stop because the the person riding them outside isn't covered by anything. So she
Like, I don't get paid enough for this.
yeah, she literally like stops and then it comes back like into the back with you guys and like soaking wet just scoots one of you over. It's just like, ugh.
Do we have guards
Well-
with us? Or did they just leave us with this random lady?
Random lady.
Ilios would be leaning out the back, like semi in the rain,
Mm-hmm.
listening to the thunder. So he would probably have to scooch over for the lady to get in.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hello.
Hi,
Give us a little wave.
this is really weird.
Does
Yeah.
it usually rain like this?
No, it hasn't like stormed in ages.
No, press to digitate to dry her clothes or sort of warm up to slightly dry her clothes.
Absolutely. She is immediately like, oh my god, thank you.
I just strike up a conversation with her. I'm like, oh, so how'd you get this job?
Well, I like horses. I like traveling. Yeah, that's kind of it.
So, like, you're getting paid to go to the next town, right?
What? I didn't actually hear you. Sorry.
Like, you're getting paid to go to the next town, right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe regardless of who arrives there with you. Like, they already paid you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, any chance you'll not take us to the next town?
I don't want to be arrested, thanks.
If this
Okay.
rain and thunderstorm continues, is there a chance of us not moving?
We'll have to go back out there eventually, but hopefully it'll, calm down a bit.
I mean,
Mm,
we
okay.
could make it look like we overpowered you.
Yeah, it's not going to be like, say, if it
4 on
overseas,
1.
right?
Yeah,
No?
but could you not?
I mean, we don't want to, okay? We don't want to.
Okay, that's a relief. That's
We just
so
want to
threatening.
help. We just want to help the people and the
Yeah,
kids
We come off that way
back in the
sometimes.
city.
Yeah, but I have family and kids that, I'd like to get back to, so,
Yeah, but
I
we
vote
wouldn't
for
have to
no.
hurt you.
But like that's why we make it look like we overpowered you. So then it's not your fault.
I'm really bad at
It-
lying.
Ilios, while this conversation is going on, is gonna jump out the back and go for a walk around.
She, keeps looking outside to make sure that you're still there.
I mean, they're really not paying you enough to deal with this, to be fair.
Definitely
You're
not
just
enough to
being
deal with me.
You're just being paid to transport us.
Yeah.
You're not
Like,
being paid to detain us.
they don't even give you guards, you know?
There's
That's not
4
very
of us.
fair. What if we were dangerous?
Are you?
What if we just walk away?
Not usually.
But like. Again, I vote for could you not?
Okay, so like, hypothetically, what would happen if we just got up and left and walked away? What would happen to you?
I'd lose my job and my livelihood.
We don't really want. Don't want that.
And I'll
We
probably
don't
get
want
arrested.
to ruin people's lives.
Yeah.
Maybe except Mr. Linwood's. I would very much like to ruin his.
Okay.
There must be some sort of arrangement we can come to. Like, how much are they paying you to transport us? Like, how much do you make in a year?
I don't really keep track, but I mean, it depends on how far people are traveling. It's really random and complicated. And I mean, like, you didn't hear this from me, but you know, we bump up the bus price a little bit if we're transporting people of interest.
So how much did they pay you to transport us?
Not enough.
Not enough.
I know you
Yeah,
said
we
you're
are
not
looking
normally
for, like,
dangerous, but I don't
advice.
believe that one. And points outside.
Would there be any like branches or something like long to put a cloak onto? Make like a ghost and pop up.
Not in
the
a
back of
desert.
Damn it!
Is it? Don't you have a weapon?
Rips out a cactus.
Don't you have a
Oh
weapon?
yeah, I could use my quarterstaff.
She's still like, I mean, you gave me like 200 gold.
Guys, we're worth 200 gold.
Not enough.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little insulted.
What's your name, by the way?
Marilda.
Hey, Marilda, I'm Rourke.
Hi.
Oh,
She like
how long
holds her
until we-
hand out.
How long until we get to this next town?
Still got like a day.
So you're gonna have to sleep at some point, right?
I'd be more worried about her than me.
Yeah, but don't.
She sounds so threatening right now and is not meaning it. She's just like really
Well,
happy,
you know,
optimistic,
I'm
like,
not
oh,
gonna-
we have to sleep, right? Because like that's such a long journey.
Yeah.
You're not responsible for what happens when, you know, you're asleep.
I was just gonna kind of keep going.
You've got to look after yourself. You can't do that to yourself.
Well, I wasn't gonna
Yeah,
take any
driving-
jobs after, so that I could just go
Driving
home.
while sleeping is so dangerous. It is the #1 cause of horse and carriage.
It really
Isn't
is
it?
though. You've seen a lot of things on these roads. They really need to have
Oh,
more like
yeah.
carriage laws.
They do, and
Well, like,
they need like little rest stops for you.
Such a good idea.
Such
Well, for the
bad working
horses.
conditions.
Yeah, they really overwork the
because
horses.
we're pretty heavy people, like, just as a group.
I mean, at some point there's got to be like a horse and carriage like enforcement, like law enforcement. The horses need more rights, honestly.
Yep, the horses need rest. This is not fair on the horses.
It's really not. They don't give us that much food for them. We kind of have to like stock up when we go to places, and sometimes we get to the places and out there. There's no hay there. It's a desert, for crying out loud.
It is so bad of them. You really, you really should take this up with the people in charge.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd have a lot of carriage drivers behind you.
Yeah, could probably do some
I'm just
protesting.
saying you're being paid to go to a place
Mm-hmm.
and then come back.
Yeah.
Were you told that you had to leave us in that place?
Yep.
With who? Who are you handing us over to?
The guards in Culford.
And are they nice guards, or are they kind of mean? 'Cause I really don't like the mean ones.
They're quite good. I mean, I live in Culford, so you know, they're nice. They do their jobs, even the ones that suck.
Just like leans over and like whispers, "Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. I really don't want to hurt this lady because I really like her, and I just feel bad for her.
She's just trying to do her job. Like,
I don't want her to lose her job."
Elio's
I
is still
feel
walking
bad.
around the carriage.
This is weird though, like this storm just popping up out of nowhere.
It is.
How often do you have storms like this?
We don't.
So this is like the first?
Yeah.
Oh. She like poke her head outside. She's like, "There's literally nothing for miles."
Yeah.
I wonder, like, where else it's raining.
I'm not too sure.
Can I step like outside the carriage and like look each way and see how far it looks like it's raining?
Yeah, absolutely.
Checking the horizon.
Yeah. Like, how far is it actually raining in like that direction?
There we go. Now I can actually do that. I was trying to find rain sounds this entire time. Here we go. Unfortunately, you guys can't hear them. Sorry.
No.
It looks like it's going for like a while. Like the sky is now like dark, like black. As you're standing outside the sky, like a lights up as a flash of lightning appears.
Cool.
Weirdly enough, as you stand out there and kind of look, lightning only strikes in the direction you came from.
And like we out of character, we all know that Giovanni is Maelstrom, right?
Yep.
I'm like, "Hey guys, you think this might have to do with why we're here in the first place? Because you know the lightning never strikes twice in the same place."
Not true.
Shh. It's a saying. It doesn't have to be true. Because
Yeah, it's kind of a wild storm.
it's just there is only lightning
Mm-hmm.
from the town where we came and literally nowhere else.
Isn't lightning amazing though?
Yes, Elios lightning
It's so beautiful.
is so good when you're not getting
Beam of
struck by
light.
it. I'm
Just a
just
beam
imagining
of light
Elios is like
from the sky.
outside, just like lightning.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
It pretty much sums it up.
Do you think we could be in danger?
Nah.
Not listening to you. Listen to the other people. Not you.
The other people will say the same thing. We're not in danger.
Not us. Not us.
She's not in danger either.
Wait, is Giovanni a... What is Giovanni?
It's
Blue
a
Dragonborn.
Male, female,
he, him.
non-binary?
He, him.
Like, no, not the elven woman. Giovanni.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Yeah, this doesn't look like fine.
They'll be fine.
This doesn't give off... Yeah, I'm mentally sound right now.
I mean, what do I give off?
Frustration.
Yeah, you are.
Not the point. The child could be in danger.
Nah.
You know what? If you're not gonna listen to me, I'll just get there myself and just like walking. Who cares about a thunderstorm?
As Amora jumps out of the carriage, I'm gonna hand
She's already
her
out
my
of the
cloak.
carriage.
I thought you guys were still in the carriage.
No, she got out to see how far the
Oh,
thing was going.
I'm gonna hand you my cloak. Anyway,
Okay, now she has 2 cloaks.
mine's better.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
she hands you her cloak.
There you go. Mine will keep you drier. Put it that way.
She puts it on and keeps walking.
I'm just gonna follow. Elias is just gonna walk with it.
I hope you like that.
Hey, Elias doesn't like swimming. He likes the rain.
I mean, like, why are we chaotic? More so.
Because we're amazing.
Okay, I will. Sure. Please tell me if I'm talking too much. I feel like I'm talking too much.
You're okay. It's about a game.
I always.
I
feel
know,
like
but
I'm
sometimes
doing
I'm just like, I'm talking too much. I need to stop talking when other people talk.
You're okay. Oh god, the loop in this sucks.
that, man.
Sorry. I found rain sounds. So no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the loop is horrible, but we'll put up with it. It's playing through Roll20, by the way. So if you hear random audio, it's
Oh.
that.
Playing through Roll20.
Mhm.
I didn't realize that's where my sound was coming from.
Yeah, I didn't want any of you. I was just like, I'm gonna do this.
Oh, now I hear it.
Yeah, you can turn it down. I believe it shouldn't be too loud.
Oh, I had it all the way down.
Yeah,
If I can hear it.
Mine's set to like 25%.
yeah.
I really need to go to the bathroom.
It is time for break, so
It works.
yeah. Okay, so you guys can figure out what you want to do. Should we come back at the next hour, so it's like 15 minutes, or do we want to do a longer break? We can still do half an hour.
I don't mind. I don't even know if I'm hungry right now. I'm probably just gonna grab a snack.
Yeah,
Come
I'm gonna
back
be
at like
cooking after.
8:15.
I was fine.
8:15.
What time are we coming back?
We'll come back at, we'll say 8.
8?
Yeah.
Cool.
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 Okay.
I'll go grab food and a snack. I'll grab a snack. Do I need
Nah.
and a drink?
That's the wrong one. Okay. We'll be back in a minute. I'll keep the rain going, sure. You get to listen to
Nice.
the horrible loop continuously now. Have good, Burby. Okay, so yeah, I'll be back soon. I'll turn up the music just a little bit so you can still hear it. But yeah, bye. way back, let's jump into the shit. Now that we've actually found some proper rain. Oops, make sure I don't minimize that. Okay. Now I found rain that doesn't loop horribly. But, because we can.
Ooh. Fucking love
Nice.
storms.
Absolutely. Hear another roar of thunder and more lightning strike in that area as Marilda gets out of the cart. Kind of trying to talk above the rain, which is heavy as hell. I mean, look, I don't know what happened in that town. If you have a change of clothes and I don't know, like 50 extra gold, I'll just take one of the horses and leave. That way I can get all of my family on a boat and out of Fablin. She holds out her hand in the rain towards you, Amora.
Like shake? Or for money?
Shake.
You have a deal.
Okay.
I will give her 60 gold.
Alright. She takes 60
Uh,
gold.
I need to do math
Mm-hmm.
with a calculator because
I have 140 if you want me to give her the 60.
I have 142.
Yeah.
I just can't do
And
math.
it's 80.
81.
Give 81.
Yeah.
81.
Do you have a cloak or anything that you can give her?
She can have mine.
You have Elios.
Take it off Helios and be like, here you go.
Okay. She puts that on,
Fine with that.
drenched, unreins one of the horses, jumps onto the back. Good luck with whatever you're doing.
Bye. Be safe.
Just
She-
leaving the cart on the side of the road.
Yep.
They have a horse?
There are 2 horses on the front, so she leaves you guys one if one of you wants to get back to town faster.
Any of you know how to drive a horse and cart? 'Cause I don't.
I mean, can't be that hard, right?
I mean, we can try. Can I, like, go and check on the horses? Because, you know, it is raining and thundering.
There's only one horse left, because there were 2
Oh,
horses
can I check
leaving. She
on
took
that
one.
one horse?
Yeah, it's not very happy being out in the rain. It's just
Can
kind
I
of
give it a little pet?
nuzzles into your hand.
It's okay.
With the thunder going off every now and again, it just kind of like jump a little bit. But it's not too startled.
What's the plan, peeps? I don't know. Can one horse, carry a whole entire car? I don't know. I've not thought about this before.
I would think so. It's just a slower pace.
Mm.
It's on a road, so.
Yeah.
But start turning the horse and carriage around.
Mhm. Easy enough to do.
man, I wish I had an apple. I'd give it an apple. Maybe when we get into the town, I'll find an apple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, who's driving? Do you drive a horse and cart?
Yeah. Would be an
Yeah.
animal handling check.
Animal handling. Alright. Alright.
I think out of everyone, Amora might be the one. The cleric.
Or might be the one
With
who
the
has
I
to
wisdom.
think
try and...
Amora is the only one with the modifier on it.
Literally? The only one with a modifier, okay.
I mean, mine's not negative.
Mine's not negative, neither
Mine
is it
either.
positive.
Yeah.
Mine's a 4, so...
Mm-hmm.
I got a 0.
Sim.
Okay. Well, Amora knows
Or
horses
happily well-
and animals.
Will happily volunteer to drive the cart.
Just gonna be like, I mean, if you want to sit with me up here, you can. I don't know how much space there is. But I would like to look after the horse. I'm gonna like give it like a little pet and be like, just gotta get back to town and then you'll be okay.
Mhm.
Maybe we can find you a nice barn and get you maybe some apples.
I'd say with the two siblings at the front, would give Amora advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, both you working together to get it done. I'll allow it.
Let's see. I don't know what that is. That's not great. That is 8. We have a 14.
Okay. So 14's the highest one. The other one was an 8.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I've just never really done this before.
That's alright. I'd say 14 is enough. 14 is a pretty good number. You can start to get the horse to head in that direction. With you and Rourke working together to get it to go back towards the town, you're not getting there very fast, but you'll get there.
I mean, slow and steady, right?
Yeah,
Especially in a thunderstorm.
exactly. As you get closer to the town, I'm gonna need another animal handling check.
As we get closer to the town, can I like pull the hood even more over my face?
Yeah, sure thing. There's more.
I'm probably drowning in this since it's Elios's.
That's alright. There's more.
Is
thunder
this
going off.
just regular or with advantage?
Still with advantage.
Really likes 4s today.
Okay, it's not very helpful.
16.
Good. So heading closer and closer to the town, there seems to be more thunder and lightning picking up. It going in the direction of that, the horse is a bit more apprehensive, but you manage to coax it forward enough where you get pretty close to the town. It doesn't want to go into the town, because as soon as you get close enough to see it, there are things on fire. Even with the pouring rain, there are some things that have just been like lit alight by the lightning and have like caved in buildings that are still being like covered a bit, so it's still fire.
There's
Also
obviously no
magic
trees.
fire. No trees.
Obviously no trees. So just gotta leave the horse in a safe space.
Mhm.
Safe enough space.
Okay.
Oh, there's no trees. Can I unhook it from the cart in case it, needs to run off for any reason?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can keep your 16 to do that.
safe, horse. You shall be named Steve.
And the horse named Steve will live on in legends.
Becomes a legendary horse
Absolutely.
of the apocalypse.
As well.
All the horses will talk about Steve.
Absolutely. Yeah.
For every day to come.
Yeah. I mean, there's the deity Giovanni here, but then there's the deity Steve.
Lord of all
He-
horses.
Maybe of
Lord of all
horses.
horses, yeah.
He's more well known.
Exactly. There are dead people, dead guards. There's a lot. And you don't really have to hide because everyone's running around as pure fucking chaos.
Elios is probably the calmest person in the group.
We probably look weird because we're not running around.
Mm-hmm.
Odd ones out, definitely.
Yeah.
Make our way towards the orphanage.
Yeah. I'm gonna just gap it.
Yeah,
Whee!
sure thing.
Start running.
Just join the running.
Yeah. Now we don't look out of place.
Exactly.
Just run towards the orphan.
There are people running around. There are a lot of people that are already dead. As you run past the building that seems to be the guards building, they have like iron fences with like pikes on top. Those 7 guards are on top of them, impaled.
Oops.
What happened?
You can hear yelling as you see someone get thrown from one building to another as they crash into one of the windows and go through it. As you see the 2 orc twins in the pouring rain, clothes drenched, with these massive mauls. Someone goes to run past them, one of the twins, golf hits them, and their head comes flying off.
Ah.
There is another flash of lightning, and then you can hear sounds of more screaming as people run off. You see rats running along the streets, biting into people.
Not nice red.
As the furbolg with one arm is just being followed by a horde of rats. Points over to one person, and the rats swarm and like eat them.
Fuck is going.
And on top of the orphanage building stands a blue dragonborn.
See, I told you it would be fine.
And
I think-
Silent Hill style, in front of the orphanage, strung up in chains, impaled in many, many different ways, is Mr. Linwood.
He deserves it. I'm not mad about him. He deserves it. 100%.
Agreed.
The building is on fire, and there are even children that are on the ground outside.
Are they dead children?
Yep. All 4 of these kids are yelling in pure anger, just rage. as above the thunder and lightning and pouring rain, Giovanni yells, "For years you stood by and watched. Now watch as everything crumbles before you." And lets out a massive roar of, "Fuck you all! You let this happen!" The two orc boys raise their mauls and yell, "Ah!" There's swirling dark clouds above the orphanage. Giovanni's just standing up there, letting down strikes of lightning at people.
Are the children still alive?
Make a perception check.
I did my perception. Okay. Is a 6?
Not that you can see. The rain's too heavy to be able to see past just the kind of
Kind of.
massive pools of blood.
Hear anything?
With a 6, no.
Just out of character, can you remind me what the book said again?
So it said find the orphanage, break them, then help them flee. Don't intervene.
Elias just sits down. In the middle of the road, just sits down.
Mm-hmm. And crumbling of buildings, people screaming.
Not even phased, just
Yeah.
just sits. Very calm.
This is so conflicting.
I'm guessing this is the break them part. They're gonna destroy this town if we don't step in.
They've already destroyed it.
I mean, like, completely.
Wait, even mean.
And they probably won't stop here.
Are we meant to step in?
Yeah, this still seems to be going by the book, though.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we're not up to the do not intervene part.
So we just step outside of town and keep an eye on them? Dunno.
Make sure things go as semi-planned, I guess.
They'll kill everyone.
They've killed everyone.
I mean, not everyone. But definitely a lot. Even children.
More technically, this has already happened. Even though it's happening right in front of us, it has already happened. We just need to make sure things go the way they're meant to.
Well, I guess then if we're following the book, we should find them some way to flee, I guess.
we just walk out of town, is it?
Sounds about right. No.
Feels wrong.
I don't think they're gonna stop or be ready to flee until something breaks them out of this.
Do we even know if something will? It... Like gestures, she's like to... did this. What would even break them out of all of this? It's wait, how old were they again?
Like 14.
Just those kids, like shouldn't have happened. Even though it already has happened. We just walk out and do nothing and just wait. Or what, we try and break them out of the spell and we don't spell. And we don't even know what we're meant to do.
Kaba.
If the guards come after them, they're gonna kill them.
Sorry. Kaba, you're the one that's done the most reading on these books. And even the Book of Religion that you found from, or that you've given from Finch. Even though there were parts of it missing, there was a part that said that when they were done, it seems like they fled somewhere. Where Giovanni actually managed to find a home. And that eventually he would come back here every day.
Okay, okay, so from what I remember reading, I think this whole event here is just formative for him, and we really do need to step outside of town and just let this happen. He's gonna go somewhere after this. Maybe we need to keep an eye and make sure he gets to that somewhere safe. Would be my biggest
I agree with that. It
Biggest
seems
guess?
like the smartest idea. Keep our distance, keep an eye on him, make sure he gets to the where he's going safe.
How do we keep an eye on him if we're out of town?
We have a horse, I suppose. No, we don't. He's probably disappeared by.
Yeah. We don't have to completely leave town. I think we just go to a safe distance and just keep an eye on him and make sure he just moves on, I guess.
Okay.
Guys, find some way out of the rain. Some kind of shack that's mostly broken, but still has kind of like a deck area where it's covered. It's out of the way, where the four won't see you. If they have seen you, they've just left you alone. The storm stays in its raging form for a good long while. And after probably like an hour, you don't know how long they've been going before this, but there was certainly enough for them to start this, but they're still going. After a little bit, kinda start thinking maybe you need to start forwarding time a bit. You can go back if you do pass over something, but right now, kind of just this feeling of standing here completely helpless to this ruining city. It's getting a lot.
Mora would refuse to watch any of it.
Yep.
Elios will just be blank the whole time, just not fully phased, but deep down phased.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And while you're kind of zoning in and out, Elios, you kind of notice that so is your hearing. That every now and again, the thunder that you hear will kind of wane in and out. And the smell that you kind of got used to when you first stepped out into the pouring rain, that fresh, just fallen rain smell, is getting duller. You're not sure if it's the rain or just the fact of everything happening around you. But there always seems to be this figure just out of the corner of your eye that you can't seem to catch. It's just out of vision, and when you turn your head towards it, it's not there.
Does it like stay in the corner of my eye, or just as I look over, it's gone?
If you keep your head forward and it's just over that way, it stays there. But as soon as you turn your head to look at it, it vanishes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know if Elios would tell the party about that.
Hmm.
He'd probably just keep a mental note.
Yeah.
Of it. Yeah. And still keeping an eye on Giovanni.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaba, do you start fording time?
Yeah, yeah.
You let it run. First kind of slowly, couple of hours. Eventually, you're watching everything happen around you quite quickly as the sun sets and rises, still pouring with rain, and it sets and rises again, but they're not done. This, in this town, lasts for about 3 days. At the end of every day, when the sun is about to set, all 4 of the boys meet at the entranceway of the orphanage and take shots at the figure strung up. By the end of the 3rd day, there's hardly anything left. All the chains limp on the sides that they were strung up from. It's probably around like halfway through the 3rd day, when the rain starts to get less, is when you start to slow it down, Kava. The rain never goes away, but it gets lighter as all of the boys see that there are quite a large group of guards coming through to the town. There have been like a handful here and there of guards coming into the town, but given how young these boys are, they are powerful. You don't know whether it's just emotion fueling that. You're pretty sure it is. It is like these groups of like 3, 4, 5 guards come through. They're just taken out by these 4 boys. But it's when a big lot of them start coming through. There's easily like 30, 40 of them on horseback. Is when the boys gather up together and sprint out of the town. You kind of trail behind them as they're making their way east. They get to the ocean side. And there's a very small, like, ship. Not dinghy. Dinghy's not the right word that I'm looking for. But just like a little fisherman, kind of boat. And with the storm that's been going on, they've obviously parked up and tried to make their way to the nearest city, considering that, you know, the ocean's as crazy as it is. But they found their way to Kalna, where the boys were. None of them know how to drive a ship, but fuck, do they give it a shot? You can just hear them yelling at each other. We gotta go, the guards are gonna be here. Yeah, you think I don't know that, idiot? Come on, Look, we can take this ship to the other side of Fabelin. There's like forests and shit there. It'll be harder for them to find us. Okay. You know how to drive a ship? No, but I'll figure it out. Giovanni, what do we do? Get on the boat. Okay. All four of them, like, just get on. Dojo, give the, I don't know, just use your magic or some shit. That'll work, right? There's a furbolg, like, shrugs their shoulders. Sure. Like, a couple minutes later, he comes back and just is like, I don't fucking know. Alright. Zug, Bug, come on, we're grabbing oars. They find these oars and they just start, like, trying to paddle the boat out. Gotta at least get away from the rocks and then maybe we can figure this out. Okay? So they try and, like, use all four of them to, like, push away from the rocks. They drift out a little bit. Eventually you hear the engine roar to life. Very haphazardly go in a direction. Still going east.
Oh no. Hello?
What happened?
Oh, you're frozen.
Yeah, it's been doing that a fair bit for me. Discord was straight up down last night, so lucky it's not tonight.
It was.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? They got the boat going?
Yeah, they got the boat going and they're already off.
Okay.
So, is that us? Do we head back to Nims?
How do we know we're done?
Do we try to follow or do we leave?
I mean, we could try follow for a little bit to make sure they're gone.
Elias will start looking for a boat.
There isn't really, because this isn't like a dock. It was kind of only a random chance that that boat was there in the first place.
Can we see the boat still?
Yeah.
Can we just like watch it?
Yeah.
And see if anything happens.
Nothing seems to happen. It's definitely not going in a straight line, that's for sure. You do lose sight of it probably a little bit later. But yeah. You see it just going in the other direction. Based on where you are, Kaba, you'd be able to guess that they're heading in the direction of the other side of the continent. That's heavily forested. I mean, given where Giovanni's temple is, they're probably going to end up in that area.
Yep.
looking like the only thing to do.
We should probably leave.
So what, we have to find some sort of large flat surface to make a portal on, or go back to town or something.
You can just find a flat surface, it should be alright.
Like the ground. Face plant into the portal.
You can give it a go. You chuck one onto the ground. It does open.
I can just imagine Amora just going.
Yeah, just face plant into it.
It is very weird how it happens because you're down, but the floor of the place is like that.
Elias is legit gonna jump in feet first.
Yep.
So he lands on his back.
You jump in and like a weird fucking gravity thing. You go like, whoop. So you end up like rolling onto the floor.
Yep.
Jumping in the portal.
Yeah. You guys all head in. Once you're all in, it closes up behind you. Getting into the mirror realm again, there's a I'm gonna turn that off because it's not raining in here. Haha. There is a like dim gold to the frame. And from there, you kind of watch as it picks up on speed, and with the time that goes by, the gold frame starts to get, well, it goes into its color gold. You watch as the four boys find an abandoned shack with an old bugbear man in it. Offers to take the boys in away from the rain and stuff. Everyone but Giovanni refuses. The boys just wanting to find their next town. Giovanni goes in and just lays down. The other three boys just leave. They come back maybe a day or so later trying to get Giovanni to come with them. And kind of argument breaks out. And Giovanni literally pushes them away using just the force of wind. The Furbolg and the Twin Orc boys just actually leave this time. And you don't see them again. Follows Giovanni growing up with this elderly man. A room that was like barren at one point. Giovanni walks into one day and there's a proper bed and like clothes and a room of his own. And Giovanni just cries and thanks the man. Goes a bit faster, just showing Giovanni growing up a lot more. Gets into probably like a couple of years later, so he's like 16. He goes to find where the ship he'd left, if it's still there. And it is. It's got holes in it and stuff from where they beached it heavily as younger boys. But he works on repairing it. And a few months down the line, when he's actually repaired it, he says his goodbyes to the old man and goes back to Kalna. Immediately upon getting back to that town, it's very slowly being rebuilt. Giovanni walks in, and the guards that had managed to live and the people that had managed to live shun him immediately. Try and get him arrested. Giovanni leaves, takes the boat back to the old man. There's some kind of conversation that happens between the two of them. A couple of days later, Giovanni goes back. Immediately, people try and shun him, but he just finds something to do in the town. Starts picking up rubble, putting it in a wheelbarrow, taking it to where it needs to go. A couple of people he'll go up to and it looks like he's asking if they need help, and they just shun him away. He only does this for maybe like an hour before the people actually take him and drag him out of the town. Takes the boat back across, comes back the next day, does the same thing. For the next few days, he just comes in every day, helps in whatever way he can. Eventually, time goes by when the city is now back on its feet a little bit. And still, he comes in, works on what he can, helps wherever he can, and then leaves again. Slows down a little bit to when he comes in one day, at the end of the day that he comes in. He's been working away and a baker comes over to him and brings him food. Gets him to sit down and take a break. He's been working hard. Takes a little bit of a break, eats the food that he was given, goes back to helping the town. Once Kalna is actually back on its feet properly, Giovanni still comes in. He'll go about the town picking up just rubbish and trash. Whatever coin that he has, he'll drop it into like cups and stuff that some people that still don't have homes. And just starts to try and repent for what he's done. And eventually he moves back into the town properly, and even if he doesn't have to, he goes out every day and does something. It speeds up, and definitely some time passes because Giovanni looks a lot older. I guess he's probably 18, 19. And there is a massive warning being put out that the prison in Garrigal, the continent below Fabian, the like high security prison that bad people go away to, that have like magic and are very powerful. 3 boys broke out and brought all of the prisoners out with them. And they were making their way up the east side of Fabian, past Lake Dewhurst and Holden. They'd already taken over Holden and were on their way to Kalna. This army of criminals and stupidly powerful mages and warriors that had turned bad were being led by childhood friends, as the same age as Giovanni was. His best friends, the 2 orc boys and the furbolg with 1 arm, arrived at the gate of his town, which he now actually called his home. He was the only one standing in Kalna as everyone had left to go and be safe in Carlisle. And another storm raged, but it didn't hurt any of the buildings. It didn't hurt Kalna itself. Instead, he aimed his anger at who he once called allies. He didn't kill his friends. He left them alive. They were bloodied and beaten, shocked to all hell, but there's a conversation happening between the 4 of them. The 2 orc boys just spit at Raiden's feet. At Raiden, my god. Giovanni's feet. And Giovanni leaves them tied up on the doorstep of the orphanage for the guards to pick them up. The scene starts to fade as the now brilliant gold frame now outlines a dark mirror.
Ilios is gonna put a hand on Amura's shoulder and be like, I told you that'd be okay.
He is going to shrug his hand off, hand him his cloak, walk out the door that goes back into the tavern, go downstairs, and start drinking.
Fair enough.
She doesn't say a word.
Mm-hmm.
Or changes her clothes, because they're all probably wet as fuck.
Yeah.
These people are going to be so confused, like these
absolutely
bar
are.
people.
Yeah.
In and out, yeah.
Yeah. This time dripping water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ilios
like-
is gonna walk down and have a drink as well.
Can I have shots? The hard stuff you've got. Like 5 of them.
Yeah. They absolutely give you, like, hot shots.
She just downs like one after the other.
Is it back?
They give you some shots of Witchworth absinthe.
Oh, she's getting fucked. Oh,
Good luck.
Yeah.
she's getting fucked. She's
It
gonna
is
be hella
25
drunk.
gold, though. If you ask for the hardest shit,
But-
that's it.
all of them?
All of them. Like, together.
that's fine.
Yeah. Not
That's
each.
Yeah,
Ilios
that's
is
fine.
gonna have a bottle of dragon whiskey.
I actually have a price for that now.
Yeah, I know.
I bet it's
Can you pay
expensive.
for it?
How much is it?
340 gold.
Oh, 300. Oh, okay, no.
No.
How much gold do you
Oh,
have?
I have 140.
You can buy...
You have 5 shots of some absinthe.
Jeez.
You buy brandy, green kobold. That's all low. You buy a bottle of the necromancer. All of these ones that I'm reading out are like a medium.
I don't want to spend all my gold.
How much of the platinum goes into a gold again?
10.
So it's 10.
I don't want to spend
gold
my
is one
platinum.
platinum.
10 gold is 1 platinum. Yep.
I have
I don't know why I
270
keep forgetting
platinum.
it. It's 10, 10, 10 or something.
Because money's confusing in conversion therapy. Conversion rates.
Oh yeah,
Totally.
conversion therapy.
You know, through alcohol.
Yeah, yeah, alcohol converting me into a menace.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elios will have a couple of what Amora's having then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absence. Yeah.
You can just keep buying, like, goblets of dragon whiskey for 6 gold.
Tempting.
You just keep buying them, but a full
Yeah,
bottle.
yeah, just yeah. Probably have like 3 goblets of dragon whiskey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's 18.
Yes.
My whale became alcoholized.
Oh, Elios was already an alcoholic.
Yeah.
We knew that.
Yeah.
You're just joining him.
Mhm.
She was an alcoholic before this.
I know, and then you stopped drinking when you woke up in the same bed as Elios.
Mhm.
I mean, that is a pretty good reason to stop.
It is a fair reason, yeah.
Yeah.
You woke up next to an alcoholic. Good reason.
As you're drinking Elios, normally, you know, you have definitely gotten used to dragon whiskey. There's normally like a pleasant burn that you manage to, you know, dull down over the years. You probably put it down to you've drunken a lot of this, but that burn isn't really there anymore.
God damn.
Yeah.
No, been drinking too much.
I think I've got to find something else to drink now.
Jeez. And Rook, you can't help but think to the Ganassi that you met, to Raiden. For whatever reasons that he had, he hated this guy. This guy's technically his dad. In a lot of ways, you can see similarities. Just gonna crosses your mind briefly.
Yeah, look, probably just order like a glass of like warm apple cider.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not alcoholic, and just kind of sit and think quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Like there were a lot of notes there that kind of hit home. Just the unbridled rage going out of control, and
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah. Kinda can't help but think, are they all gonna be like this? That's what kind of hits your mind. Just kind of try and roll a bit of tension out of your shoulders. And how different everything could have been if they had gotten the love that you did. And sip away at your side.
at some point he'll take out the sending stone to mom and dad and just go, hey, I know we probably don't say it often enough, but we really love you. Thanks for everything you did for us.
Pretty much immediately, you hear your mother's voice pleasantly in your mind. We love you too, dear. Hope you and Amora are doing alright. Come visit home when you can. We miss you. Love you too. Make sure that that's in there. Is there anything that anybody else wants to do before we wrap up the session?
I'll send a message to Light, just checking in.
Yeah.
Just
Fucking
like
TikToks.
briefly tell her what's been happening. Without going in like full detail.
In less than 25 words, yeah.
Yeah,
Or
no, less
25
than
words.
25 words, yeah. 25 words or less.
You get back. Well, never a dull moment, I guess. Just make sure to take breaks. I'm sure the world can hold out for at least a couple of minutes for you to take a reprieve. Look after yourself. See you when I can. Anything for Kaba or Amora?
She's drinking.
Mm-hmm.
She gonna slip away, go to the beach and cry for a bit, and then come back.
Yep.
Oh, the place with the beach, right?
Yes, yeah, Tottenham.
Check.
Yep. Kaba just chilling?
Yeah, I can't really think of anything else extra.
Fair enough. See. You all take a little bit of a breather after that, and a couple of you get drunk. Some pondering's done, and in that kind of like a little lull, Rook, you get a familiar voice. What's going on? Can feel your sadness.
Yeah, it was just stuff we were doing. Like, it feels like I could have gone that way. guy like destroyed a town. Well, like 4 kids. Killed a bunch of people.
Yes. As far as I see it, there's no point thinking of the what ifs, the what could have beens. As long as you have a goal forward. You have turned out the way that you have. No matter what steps in life may have. I want to reword that. No matter what, fuck. Sorry. No matter what cards you've been dealt, you've made it into a decent hand.
Thanks.
But also I want to keep this on your mind. Perhaps even sweeten it slightly. These things that are coming, these things that you are witnessing, there are many that your hand could change. Even greater if you had a weapon to do so.
Oh, I know. I think the sword's in a museum.
That's a good
But
start.
we met the Emperor, and he told me not to try to steal it. But like,
Nobles. Always trying to do the right thing.
What? he like tried to steal you.
Yes, that's
which,
why I don't like him.
Yeah, like hypocritical much. I mean,
Oh, incredibly.
tells me not to steal something, he steals something.
It's the way nobles are.
Mm.
But when you get your hands on that sword, for one, I will know, and two, I can make sure that you're rewarded for such.
Okay.
Perhaps we can make a deal.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it seems like we've been working together for a while, so.
You are correct.
Like, what kind of deal are you thinking?
Perhaps some forms of magic. You have seen other warriors use such. Maybe some that shall give you a bit more in combat.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great, because, like, I'm not real good, like, at range.
We can
Coming
take
up
care
close.
of it.
Yeah, like, I just want to, be more useful, I guess. And
There is one thing I am for certain. That you will become a well-rounded champion.
cool.
Sorry, the look that Brooke's got right now. Just, I love
I
it.
don't understand. I feel like Rock just literally made like an actual pact with like a devil or something. Just the wording. Like, do you want to make a
Yeah,
deal?
but it's Grandma. She's probably offering cookies.
Becomes a
Right.
warlock.
She tells me which one has like the sewing kit and which one has the actual cookie.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's candles in that one. Don't go for it.
That was
Yeah.
really funny. One day I walked into my nana's house. She had 2 of the cookie containers.
Mhm.
I opened one of them, usual sewing kit sitting in there. I opened the other one. There was actually cookies in there. What?
Insane.
Oh
Insanity.
my god, they actually have cookies in them?
Yeah, I never knew that. I thought they were just sewing kits the whole time.
You buy them like that.
You
God.
buy them from an old lady store.
Exactly. She may or may not be a witch.
Yes, my nana is definitely a witch of some sort.
Which?
Which is which?
Which is which way? Which? Which witch? Which witch? Which witch? Which witch? Which?
Which witch? Which
Which witch?
Mhm.
Which?
God. But yes, that is
Rock
the...
villain arc beginning.
Don't worry about it.
What? No, it's
I mean,
fine.
I can't worry about it. I don't know shit.
Yeah. But yes, that is the conversation that you have with Jima. And that's where we'll end out the session.
What's wrong with trusting a talking skull? Why did the family
Never.
accept this?
They had no choice.
I'm so confused as why the whole family just accepted that he was talking to a
Yeah,
skull.
they had no choice.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, it's his pet. It's not actually animated, but it's pet now.
Yeah, it's just like
Yeah.
a decorated pet rock skull.
Oh, he talks to
Yeah.
it, but it doesn't actually talk back. It's just imagination, you know.
Oh, children.
Children do the weirdest of things.
They do.
Children say the darndest things.
Young little whippersnappers.
Oh my god.
Yup. My god. Good.
I'm glad I don't get called that anymore.
Whippersnapper.
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 But yeah, that is the session.
He is now just a whippersnapper.
Everyone. That's all Carpa's gonna call anybody from now on.
Whippersnapper. I mean, Carver is the oldest.
Yeah.
I don't know how
part of
old,
the group.
but the oldest.
He's
Can I
like
cast?
50 or
start
60
calling-
or something.
I'll start calling Carver Grandpa.
Helios is the youngest, I know that.
Mhm.
Thank you, Grandpa. Confuse
God.
people even more.
It's fine? Question mark? We'll see.
It's fine. I don't know. I feel like this campaign's gonna start getting pretty chaotic. Not that it
Mhm.
already isn't, just
Yeah.
It has its moments.
Yeah.
more. It's fucked as it ever.
Just a wider variety of chaos.
Yeah. So much to choose from.
Would you like happy chaos, sad chaos? We've got some angry chaos.
You want some Helios chaos or some Amora chaos?
Yeah. So many
Rock
flavors.
chaos.
Yes, some Carbo chaos.
We'll find out what Carver chaos. Oh no, we know what Carver chaos is.
You
Yes,
definitely
It's
do.
multiple
pulling
names.
pranks.
Mm.
Pulling pranks.
Having multiple names throughout the whole region of Latov.
Absolutely.
It just starts like a random like legend of like this one turtle.
Yeah.
Every place has a
Kaba
different
is the
name.
only turtle ever. It's just, it feels like there's a whole race because he's every single one of them.
Yeah, turtles are actually like extinct except for Carver.
God.
But he makes it seem like there's like way more of them.
Mm.
That is the legend of the turtle.
Absolutely.
Legend of the turtle.
Also,
Carver, too
They
late.
all look
playing
the
that
same.
guy was so gross. That guy sucks. It's like,
Oh, Linwood.
No.
disgusting person.
Disgusting.
We had a disgusting person.
Shun the non-believer. That was stuck in my head at one point.
the non-believer.
Shun the non-believer.
God.
Shun. I need one of those bells. One of the church bells.
Uh-huh.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
God.
Let's get a button that
Elio's
says different
just-
things.
Yeah,
Yes.
Elias just starts walking through people's heads, just going, shame.
Mhm.
Shame.
This is where you just get the Toll the Dead spell.
Yep.
Because it creates a bell in people's heads.
He makes them start thinking we're crazy.
Or just take vicious
we go-
mockery.
It's
Yeah.
oh. I could see
I wanna come up
Elios
with
becoming a
insults.
bard.
Oh,
I
oh,
could
jeez.
see Elios becoming a bard.
Bard party win. Just all bards.
Just all bards.
Just
We'll just
all
all be
bards.
mushroom bards.
Yeah. Mushroom bards.
Wow. We are mushroom bards. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just
We are
wax
the
out a
fun
drum.
guys.
We are the fun guys.
I like it. I like it.
Love it.
Oh.
My character just walks in with one of those, what is it, the giant drums that sit in front of you? Yeah.
Mhm. Absolutely. Oh, so good.
Guys.
Yes, have good everybody. Hearts and little hearts.
Little hearts, little hearts.
Little ones.
Oh, it doesn't look very good. It looks good on my end.
Just hope you feel
Right.
soon. Hope you feel soon good. Hope you feel good soon, EC, or better. Everything froze. Oh God. Well, it's just me now. That's it. This is where everything breaks.
Trying different ways of saying it.
Okay, there we go. You guys are back now. They're froze for a
You got
long
it
time.
back. Don't
Oh my
worry,
God.
my iPad's like 10 minutes behind.
Oh wow.
Right. Yeah.
That's some lag right there.
Yeah.
No, it's 3 minutes behind.
Okay. That's a little better.
Better than 10.
Yeah, jeez. Okay.
Now to go spend time in Baldur's Gate, which I've way too many hours in.
Oh, good call.
I hit
I'm gonna make burgers.
500 hours.
Jesus. Just on the character creator.
No, I've made like multiple characters and then I like delete them and then start other ones because my brain cannot make decisions.
That's
I have
what
not finished the game.
One day.
One day.
Sometimes I'm like, I don't have ADHD.
Not at all.
But anyway, I have to go make food. I'm hungry now.
Yep.
So,
Yes.
y'all have
Love
good.
you guys.
Love to.
Bye.
Have good
Love you
Bye.
alls.
Woo.
Bye.
See ya. And that's gonna be our session. Thank y'all for hanging out. It was a heavy one, but we got there in the end. Big preach for the resubs from Brooke and Tim. Also, the bits from Kyra. Many appreciate. Hope y'all have a good rest of your weekend. I'm gonna go do anything else. The Pride one shot's not gonna be this weekend. It's gonna be next weekend, just because scheduling across time zones, especially when daylight savings happens in one place and not the others, difficult. My God, but it's alright. Anyway, y'all have good. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'll catch y'all for some gaming later on in the week. Bye.